Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. President Trump will be the first president to broadcast reading of the Bible from the White House. What is the intention here? So he's reading. I'll go over some of it here in a minute, but it sounds like he's bringing America back to God. Right on the eve of taking down Iran, the corrupt government of Iran. So we have 3 carrier strike groups, 2 Marine expeditionary units, and a host of other aircraft from all over the area. All right. So Middle East, everyone, who knows how many special forces units are, combined there. Trump has talked about bringing out Italian troops that we have in Italy and Spain and France. Is he going to send them home, or is he going to send them to the Middle East? All right. So this is a pretty monumental, event in history. One of the things that is biblical, going all the way back to biblical times, because Solomon was talking about how he had rebuilt the temple. And that was, or had built the temple. That was the first temple to God. And then the second temple was basically came about because of Cyrus the Great, who was Persian, who basically freed the Israelites from Babylon and helped them rebuild the second temple. So will there be a third temple? Why not? All right. So why not? And if we're going to make a third temple, I want to go visit it, so because I think it's part of the reason, some of the stuff that we've been putting out is going to be the reason why. But, there's going to be a lot of people going to get all in a huff that we're just a puppet of Israel and blah, blah, blah. Right. So, critical thinking is great. Basically questioning everything is great. So I don't have a problem with people that, are saying that they can't, go along with this, can't go along with the Artemis 2 and all the stuff. So I'm okay with all that. So like I said, you have to always question. You have to always question everything. And So look more into that. Yes. Because we're looking at a suicide at David Wilcock's house. So that would be very sad if David Wilcock is gone or was taken out. So we're looking into that. Breaking news, I guess. So to be heads up. Because a lot of people during this time frame are not going to go all the way, and we're not. And who knows? Maybe David Wilcock decided, yeah, I'm done here on Earth. Send me to another planet, right? And just fake my death. I don't care. So I don't know, or even if he's deceased. So we're just getting that. So don't jump to conclusions yet. So very, very crazy times. He's part of the disclosure, truth movement, and so forth. We know that a lot of it. Well, I can tell you that a lot of us in this movement have been, targeted. A lot of people aren't here on Earth anymore, or wherever they're at, not here on Earth in this vibrational frequency, but maybe on another planet. I don't know. So it is pretty crazy out there. All right. So Trump, is he? Or is he not going to start this war? Right? Seems like he just keeps stalling till he gets everything into place, in my opinion. Because you guys know that I've been saying this for quite some time, that we're probably going to see boots on the ground. All right. So Trump earlier said that he expects to be bombing Iran if no deal is reached. So then there's a ceasefire update. Right. So ceasefire update. We're basically moving. So Trump has just came out just before David Wilcock suicided his place, but just before that, he came out and said, we're going to extend the deadline. It's like, why? Right? So he can have his reading today, and I guess there's 7 days of readings, 7 days of biblical readings. I saw something about that. So Vice President Vance was supposed to travel to the Middle East, to Islamabad again, and do some more negotiating, and he was held back. Right? He decided not to go. So that was making everybody think that, this thing's deteriorating. And then Trump throws out there, well, we're extending the deadline because there's so many crazy things are going on right now, and we can't find any leadership in Iran to make a decision. So that's just pretty crazy. So Vance, like I said, was supposed to travel to Islamabad, Pakistan. Spent a lot of time there. It's the Pakis, right? They basically are, running the military of Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia has an agreement, and Pakistan have an agreement together that they would support each other militarily. Well, Saudi Arabia is not really supporting Pakistan because the Pakistanis run their military, right? Because they're all a bunch of rich boys, and they don't work. They bring in Filipinos to build their buildings and towers and roads and whatever, and they bring in Pakistanis to run their military, right? So they're rich. We made them rich, right? The world made them rich through buying their oil, and now it's turning around because America is the #1 oil exporter. Does that mean that I won't have to work anymore? Or any more Americans, we won't have to work anymore? That sounds pretty cool. Not really. I like working, actually. I like to, achieve my success through merit, not through sitting around and having somebody just feed me grapes and, fan me. All right. I don't like that. Get out of here. So, all right. So it's kind of up in the air. It's kind of up in the air, what's going to happen here. With all of the military that's there now. It's, we did the same thing in Venezuela. We just put all those forces down there and squeeze and squeeze and squeeze, and bam, hit them, right? So that's probably what's going to happen here. We're just going to squeeze, 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 and then slam them. All right. So whatever happens, that group that's running Iran, they can't stay there, right? They're not going to be able to stay there. They're deep state puppets. The deep state's being defeated all over the world. You look at France. France really, they haven't had any fighters since Napoleon. Right? The Germans came in and spanked them in 2 world wars. They don't have any military now. Their people, basically, if they're 13 years old, they want the state to take care of them. Right? So they don't work anymore. They have more holidays, more time off, more retirement pay than anybody else in the world by far. And they're bringing in all these illegal aliens, and their cathedrals are being burned all over the place, and mosques are growing up. It's like we're seeing, the replacement of the French. So that they're, no military, the people don't work, and they're bringing in, illegal aliens. So bye-bye France. Now, Donald Trump has talked about, bringing out military forces from Europe, from NATO, because they won't even let us do the work that they need us to do, as far as freeing them from, freeing up the oil, because they need it. We don't need it, and they're buying our oil, and we're getting rich, and they aren't, right? And in fact, they're buying Russian oil. And Russian oil is basically funding the Russian military, right? And they've been sending all this money, billions and billions of euros, and military equipment. They don't have any military equipment left because they sent it all to Ukraine and Russia blew it all up. So there's nothing left of the military forces in Europe. So when Russia's done with Ukraine, they're just going to just keep going, take down the rest of Europe. I'm just kidding, but maybe not. All right. So if you're in Europe, now I put this out like 6 years ago for people in Canada. I said, you better get out of Canada. Right now, I'm saying the same thing now for Europe. If you're in Europe and you can get the hell out of Europe, you better get the hell out of Europe. Right. They're going to try and start a war with Russia. They're gearing up for it. They don't, like I said, they don't have any military equipment. They don't have any military fighting men anymore. They're all like, running away. If you're in Germany, they're requiring you, if you're going to leave for 3 months, to let them know, because if you're a military aged male, they want to know if you're leaving, and they're keeping tabs on you when you're coming back. Now, in all across Europe, Ukrainians fled Ukraine, conscientious objectors, kind of like the Vietnam War, where Americans fled to Canada, right? And lived out. I probably still living up there, probably second generation Americans that didn't want to fight in the Vietnam War are still living up there. I remember there was a time where a lot of those people wanted to come back, and they're trying to get, don't throw us in jail. What is that when you get they won't throw you in jail? It's like some kind of not compensation, but compens that you won't be jailed. I think that's what they did. They tried to get that. I think they may have gotten that. So maybe a lot of those guys that had went up there and hid out in Canada did come back, but I don't know. All right. So now all the Ukrainians that fled are being sent back. I think I saw somewhere it was like 50 or 63,000 Ukrainians are being sent back to the Slaughterfest on the Russian front. Right? So the bad Germans during the Second World War, if they didn't follow orders, or if they got out of line, got too smart for their pants or whatever, they were sent to the Russian front, and that was the end of them. Right. So, and now Germany, I saw this one report where this guy was talking about how since for the last 6 years, their Social Security and their entitlements, as far as like, healthcare and so forth, has gone up, like doubled or tripled, and they're having to pay upwards of 75% of their earnings to tax. Right? It's like you're not even earning anything at that point, because to run your business, it takes money. If you have employees, you got to pay them. And then if you earn any money, you got to pay 75% of that goes to Germany. People are leaving Europe, right? And they left Canada. So I guess some people listen to me. Actually, they just saw the light and saw that it was going to be very bad. And so they left Canada. Massive. All the doctors, all the people with lots of money that create or have left or are leaving Canada. Now that may turn around if Trump, makes the call that Canada is the 51st state. Now, if that happens, then you'll see that exodus turn around and go back the other way, and maybe some Americans be wanting to go over there, because that's a lot of land over there. And it's quite beautiful. So we can only hope, right? But things are going to take time to change. Now, we know that July 4th is coming up. Now, Juan O'Savin has said that July 5th is basically kind of like Nasara Jasara type thing. I don't know. He's coming on today at 6 or 5 in a couple of hours. So we'll talk to him about that. And I want to jump on here and do this show a little early so we could go over and see President Trump read from the Bible from the White House. It's going to be kind of cool. All right. So Trump says he extends the ceasefire in Iran, citing seriously fractured Iranian government. Seriously fractured, right? It's like no one can make a decision. And when remember when Trump was like, going off and he was like, praise be to Allah in one of his posts or something crazy. And you're all going to hell. And, F you guys and all kind of, it was just like, what? And of course, all of the Tucker Carlson and all the crazies just lost their minds on all of that. And that was to expose them because they're infiltrators. And now that they're being exposed, we can basically, not follow them anymore. Right? Candace Owens and just all those cray-crays, right? So no Moss watching any of them ever again. The only time I would watch them is if someone's basically they're in front of a group that's basically asking them why they did that, and maybe sending them off to a little gulag somewhere. I don't know. So, all right, U.S. has deployed 2 Marine amphibious ready groups to the Middle East. USS Boxer, USS Tripoli, which carry thousands of Marines and support aircraft. So each one of those has upwards of 2,500 to 2,200. The Tripoli has 2,200. The Boxer has 2,500. That's a lot of kick-ass right there. I wouldn't want that near my shores, right? So just one Marine amphibious group is bad enough, but you got 2, what? And 3 aircraft carriers. Hello. So you guys still don't want to negotiate? But he's giving them every chance, and he's showing the world that he's giving them every chance. And I think that's one of the good things. Of course, there's a bunch of crazy people out there that are saying Trump is crazy. I don't see that at all. I think those people that are like foaming at the mouth saying he's crazy are the crazy ones. All right, so 3 aircraft carrier strike groups pressure on Iran builds. We have the Ford, the Bush, and the Abraham Lincoln. You get the 3 presidents, right? So 3 presidents are there, basically ready to kick some ass. And then you have Trump in the background directing everything. So it looks like it's going to be quite a show, right? And in the future, people are going to ask, kids are going to ask their great grandparents, what was that Trump thing, and how did that work out, and what did you do? And Alex Jones, and if he's still out in public, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and all the other problem children, they're gonna tell their children that they were dumbasses, and their children be like, oh my God, what kind of grandparent are you? What a shitbag, right? So I would not want to be in that category. So that's why I'm promoting and helping to push the narrative of President Trump doing good things. All right. So that's going to be the future. Now, 2 Chronicles 7 through 11, I believe, is what he's supposedly going to read tonight. Maybe a little bit more. But he talked. This is where I'll share the screen so you guys can see this one. Supposedly, this is what he's going to read tonight within the next hour or so, a little bit over an hour, or maybe less than an hour now. So here's the 2 Chronicles, starting with 7, the dedication of the temple. And basically, he's asking the Lord, for wisdom and so forth. And he's got the Levites and the priests blowing their trumpets, and they're doing 7 days of sacrifice. Right? So Solomon observed the temple at that time for 7 days. In all Israel, with him a vast assembly, people from Lebo, Hamath to Wadi of Egypt, On the 8th day, they held an assembly, for they had celebrated the dedication of the altar for 7 days and the festival for 7 days more. On the 23rd day of the 7th month, he sent the people to their homes. Right? And he goes on, it says, the Lord appeared to him at night and said, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place for myself as a temple for sacrifices. When I shut up the heavens so that there is no rain, or command locusts to devour the land, or send a plague among our people, my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways. This is what I think Trump is trying to bring us to. Then I will hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Now my eyes will be open and my ears attentive to the prayers offered in this place. I have chosen and consecrated this temple. And this temple doesn't necessarily have to be a temple. You are the temple. Any place is a temple where you, call the name of the Lord. As for you, if you walk before me faithfully, as David your father did, and do all I command and observe my decrees and laws, I will establish your royal throne as I covenanted with David your father when I said, you shall never fail to have a successor to rule over Israel. But if you turn away and forsake the decrees and commands, so this is another thing I think we're getting to, I have given you, and go off to serve the other gods, Lucifer, and worship them, then I will uproot Israel from my land, which I have given them, and will reject this temple I have consecrated for my name. I will make it a byword and an object of ridicule among all peoples. This temple will become a heap of rubble, which it did. All who pass by will be appalled and say, why has the Lord done such a thing to this land and to this temple? People will answer, because they have forsaken the Lord, the God of their ancestors, and brought them out of Egypt, and have embraced other gods, worshiping and serving them. That is why he brought all this disaster upon them. So, and this happened a couple times, right? So, will there be another temple built? I think they're kind of cool. I don't have a problem with it, right? So, as long as I have to pay for it, that's good. Because it seems like America pays for everything in the world. Europe pays for everything in the world. So the people that are in Europe have it way worse than we do, unfortunately. They have really clamped down on the people. Like if I were to talk, the way I'm talking, I would have been, probably thrown in jail. Definitely in UK and very probably in Germany. So they're not doing so good, right? And it's only going to get worse, I believe, until it gets better. Right. So until people rise up, kind of like what we started to do here in the United States, and which we will absolutely do if there is a, not any closure in a positive way to executive order or military involvement, or just a cleaning of the house, or the SAVE Act, which I doubt will probably ever get passed, then we're going to rise up. Right. We will rise up, and we will not allow the horrific things that are going on, like is going on now in Virginia, to happen, throughout America. All right. So yeah, things are getting really bad in Virginia. The deep state is definitely full out in the open, taking down and taking over Virginia. All right. Very sad. I lived there for many years. Love Virginia. And Virginians, I even heard from some people that were pushing back, SEALs, former SEALs, very, very high ranking, very good SEALs from the past, kind of my generation. I'm not going to name any names, but they were going after child trafficking and so forth. So it's really getting bad in Virginia. Things are... the darkness in Virginia is really getting extreme. So I pray for Virginia, and I hope you guys will too. All right, Army invades LA space, black helicopters, loud booms, simulated gunfire. Simulated or all part of the drill? Now, this is back in February 2019. Now, Juan talks about this all the time, right? How Special Forces guys. Now, when I was at SEAL Team 6, which is Tier 1, Delta SEAL Team 6, we have basically weapons of mass destruction is one of our priorities. And it doesn't matter where in the world it is. If it's in the United States, we will respond in the United States, along with FBI, HRT, Hostage Rescue Team, which is basically their special forces and the FBI. So work with those guys quite a bit. We did practice runs in Miami, in New York, and I heard once I left, the guys are doing it in other places. Now, I don't think this was a practice run in LA, and Juan has alluded to it. When I saw this, I was like, those guys aren't practicing. There's something going on there. I'd been seeing it. And then, as you guys know, it was January, very early January. And I'd started alluding to it in December. But it was January that I came out, and I was every day I was reporting on the Army conducting military training around the cities through Saturday to enhance soldier skills to operate in various urban environments and settings. Now, why? Again, would they operate in urban settings? Weapons of mass destruction. So Juan has alluded to many times nukes that are out there. Now, during Trump's presidency, after Trump's presidency, and now we have nuke snifters that are always roaming the airspace of the United States. And sometimes they seem to be zeroing in on something, but this is the stuff that they were going after, right? So let's watch a little bit of this. All right, so this is one that's down on the ground. That was one that just took off. So they're picking up guys. And this is not something that we would do. It would be, if you were to see us, it would be, oh, wow, there's the military. Now, there were times that we came in with helicopters, but not on this level. So this was, in my opinion, something real, and Juan's alluded to this. So watch the guys that come out of this building. So something has been collected. Now, if this was training, they would have gotten a helicopter and flown away. But whatever they brought out of that building, they're making sure they're securing it, all right, to the deck of the aircraft there. And then they're going to take off. And then this other aircraft you see coming in is coming in as well to pick up more cargo, right? So something was being picked up there. Now, Juan has talked about, in the past, he talked about WMD, weapons of mass destruction. Were they starting to, I think that buy a weapon a little earlier, right? And there were some of these that happened up around the Washington, D.C. area as well. So they were basically stopping out, I believe, the early bioweapon releases, and they went in and grabbed that stuff. So, we were very successful and, keeping it from getting too out of control. But, of course, the deep state, has their game as well. So you can get one up on them, and then they'll have another option. We have other options too, though. So this is where we're at right now. All right, so that other one comes in, and they watch it get loaded up as well. So not normal, right? Not normal training. Of course, they're going to present it out there as training, as a cover, but that was definitely not training, right? So definitely some interesting things were going on during that time frame. Basically broke out, and it's going to be quite exciting going forward, especially once Iran gets taken down. So Iran, once it gets taken down, it's really going to upset the deep state quite a bit. And so normally when their activities get compromised, like is happening right now in Iran, they want some revenge, right? So that's one of the reasons why there is a possibility that we could see a nuke, right? Now, a lot of people think that there's no way that galactics are going to allow nukes. Well, galactics are part of this problem, right? Reptilians, all right? So, you know, all those people that have the black eyes, that's part of the reptilian, you know, culture thing, where they come in and they put a drill in the eye, and it causes the black eye, you know, thing. From that point on, they're basically, we got to drink the adrenochrome and all that stuff. You know, we think we're at the top of the food chain. We eat the cows, we eat the chickens, we eat the plants, and they eat the plants, and the fish, we eat the fish, and blah, blah, blah. Well, there's a group above us that eat us, right? So, and that's who we're up against. So that is the crazy thing that we're going through right now, the disclosure that's coming. Of course, many of us have been having this disclosure. Of course, you know, David Wilcock was one of those people. I don't know why I'm saying was, but hopefully he still is. One of those is one of those people that discloses. But we've seen a lot of people that disclose, unfortunately. James Rink was latest, really, really good guy, brought in a lot of good information, exposing a lot of stuff, secret space program, all kind of crazy stuff. Brilliant guy, and he was absolutely taken down, right? So, you know, that's, and I remember I would go to his shows, I'd speak at his shows, and he had a wall that he would put up. Like I said, brilliant guy, and he would have all the people that had basically been taken down that had disclosed over the last few decades. And it was quite a wall, right? Filled with so many people, you know, year after year, names filling up each year. So unfortunately, he is now one of those names, right? So hopefully David Wilcock is not, but could be, guys, right? So like I said, it's tough. You know, it's a game of cat and mouse with these guys. They're very skilled at what they do. You have to be very, very sharp, very on your toes, several steps ahead of them. You have to have a lot of good friends that, you know, will back you. And then it doesn't hurt to have Archangel Michael on your side either. So. All right. So when is this thing going to kick off? Trump says he expects to be bombing Iran if no deal is reached. And the update, like I said, is ceasefire is extended. All right. So U.S. seizes Iran-linked tanker in international waters as fragile ceasefire teeters toward collapse. So this was in, I think, in the Straits of, just before the Straits of Malacca. Straits of Malacca. And I think that's where I've been up those straits. It's pronounced something like that. And it was going to Singapore, and the Trump administration seized it. So they basically tracked it down. It had no country that was listing it, but they tracked it to Iran. You know, 2 million gallons of oil. I guess we own that now, and we're gonna make some money off that, right? So the whoever did the boarding or whatever, it was successful. There's no problems. Was it SEAL teams? That's kind of what SEAL teams do. But the many military groups have been trained to do that now. So even shipboard personnel can probably do that. I think are doing that now. So any of the shipboard personnel can do hook and climbs now. It's pretty crazy. That's stuff we were doing at SEAL Team 6 a long time ago. All right. And now we taught other people to do that so we can focus on more important things like finding nukes that are here in the United States. All right. So it's pretty crazy out there. Now, when Juan comes on, we're going to have another gentleman come on, and we're going to talk about basically the bond gate stuff. And there's a school district in Blue Lake Union in San Diego, I believe it is, $2 million bond. And we're going to talk about that. It's the latest scam. And Juan is going to be on. We're going to talk about that and another gentleman. So Ben Carson warns nation could be near biblical end times. Now, when I see biblical end times, I'm not thinking it's a bad thing, right? It's like the Satanist. It's end times for the Satanist. And that's one of the reasons why I believe that Trump is reading biblical passages from the White House. You know, he's showing everybody that he's not part of their team by doing that. He's showing that he's not Masonic, and because the Masons can't be Christians, right? So, although they will show up at Christian church, I know because my dad did, right? So, but he didn't like it, right? And he didn't go for very long. And once he became a Shriner, he never went to church again. So there is some suspect stuff. Maybe there's Shriners out there going to church. I don't know. But I think one of the things, because the Shriners are basically the Muslim stuff, and the Muslims basically slaughtered the Christians. And so I'm not quite sure what's going on with the Shriner stuff, right? They have a secret society, but I don't think that should be supported anymore, right? That's secret stuff. That's secret bullshit. Not so good, right? So the Alex Marlowe show, Ben Carson was on there, delved into theology and the idea of prophecy as it relates to present day events, offering reflections that mix caution with curiosity about how scripture interacts with history and culture. So he was asked about current events, could be signaling an era many call the end times. And so you're saying that you feel we could be at the prophesied end times, getting close to it? And Carson basically said, yeah, we're, he emphasized restraint, noting that history has long been viewed through prophetic lenses by many traditions. His point was not to declare a countdown, but to observe patterns and encourage thoughtful engagement with Scripture. Kind of like the thoughtful engagements with Scripture that Trump is going to do in about 20 minutes. All right, so let me get through this. The stock market, of course, wasn't quite liking the events of today. They pulled back slightly, right? And that's not something that should be unexpected, because they have they've gone from oversold to overbought in the space of a 3-week period, right? So quite substantial, little pump. And, in the meantime, oil is up, silver and gold are down. We could see a buying opportunity. If things do kick off in the Middle East, you will see a buying opportunity in silver and gold, right? That's all it is. It pulls back, you buy it, right? Because it's going to go a lot higher over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. All right. So now some of you are like, can't be patient enough for that. So just leave your money in the stock market and see how that works for you. Right. So that's going to be very tragic if you do that. Right. And so we're getting a little bit of snow here again. And, we had snow earlier this morning. We had like a few inches. Then the sun came out and was like, poof. And now we're moving into the next round of snow. And probably by the time I wake up in the morning, we have about a foot out there. So how crazy the weather is. But for us, it's kind of good. We needed a little bit of extra snow going forward. Now, other things, President Nixon took us off the gold standard 54 years ago in 1971, August 15th to be exact, 1971. Now, the reason I bring that up is because fiat currency normally doesn't last that long. It usually lasts 27 to 40 years, right? And we're way beyond that, right? We're way beyond that. So what does that mean? What does it mean, Mike? If it's like my kids, what does it mean? What does it mean? Why? So what it means is that this fiat currency is going to go bye-bye, right? And we're going to go back to the gold standard. Now, what is this gold standard going to be linked to? Probably some kind of treasury security with kind of like, what we saw back in the olden times with, silver drachmas or whatever the Roman coin was with the bust of Caesar on it. Right? So this one will probably have the bust of President Trump on it. And it will be gold and silver. Now, there will be at some point, I believe, a digital gold and silver. And that's where crypto eventually will come in. But I think that crypto gets a real big pullback before that happens. And then once it happens, it'll probably pop pretty good. Now, money supply. Gold and silver's performance over the last decade, if we look back when they basically pumped money into the system, we can see that that's when gold and silver, because when they do that, the dollar loses value and people run to value, which is gold and silver, right? So we're getting closer to that point. And I saw, is it Waxner or something like that? Waxner, who's supposedly going to be the next Fed chair. He's talking really, really good. And I can see why President Trump wants to back him. He's probably going to lower interest rates, which will put more pressure on the dollar. But it will stimulate the economy when we need it the most. And he's talking about how the inflation, indicators that they're going by are outdated. They're wrong. And it's like, whoa. Because you look at the housing right now, housing's collapsing. If you don't do something to stimulate the economy, which we're going to see housing collapse, right? Short sales, which is basically the lead into foreclosures, the amount of homes that are on the market, the amount of people that are buying homes is at all-time lows. Not even at 2008, 2009 levels, right? Where we had the Great Recession, where the market crashed and then they pumped money into the system and kept it alive, right? So this time, this system will collapse, right? It will be worse. The systemic collapse will be worse than 1929, but it will be a positive thing in the long run. So you have to basically tear down and burn down the old sometimes to build the new, right? The new, I think, is standing ready to go to a certain extent. It will be a matter of people accepting it, kind of like, a lot of people don't accept that, we went to the moon. Right? So how we went to the moon is up for debate. I agree. But the fact that we did go to the moon, there are moon bases, there's moon structures, there's all kind of stuff on the moon, guys. Right. So to play into the hands of people that are just like basically bashing it, it's not smart. All right. But, free will is one of the things that we have here. You can run, right, which is a very bad thing, still is a bad thing, unfortunately. Or you can, choose not to. And even though that you've chosen not to, we'll see a peak, we'll see a collapse. We're close to the peak now, I think. And when the collapse comes, it's always devastating, right? Because there's a lot of people that don't understand, haven't prepared, and they're out there, shooting the messengers like myself and so forth. So it's tough to get through this. It's going to be tough to get through this, right? You're going to see a lot of people that won't make it, right? And you need to brace yourself for that. All right, so let's look at a little bit of this silver and gold. So the Fed, the money supply bottomed out in October 2023 and has since surged by nearly 2 trillion or 10%. So this is what's pushed silver and gold up. So you see that little mark right there? Here's where the money supply bottomed, and this is where they started pumping it again, right? And that's where you saw silver and gold take off again, right? And you see back in 2020 where they pumped it, home prices went crazy. So, and that was after everything basically recovered from, the last, 2020 and then 2020 or 2008, 09. So things were still recovering to that point. People were getting out from under or seeing, that they're what they had bought back in, before 08, during that big push had finally reached a point where it was like almost the same in 2019. And then it got, hammered again for like that 1-2 years. And then it got pumped up to all-time highs, just crazy highs, right? So here's where they pumped it. Right now, stubborn inflation running at 3%. And that's because you got idiots that are running the show purposefully, causing problems. The Fed goes away at some point, but until then, they're going to continue to manipulate markets and so forth. So here's the current secular bull market in precious metals, began in April 2024. When will it end? Probably in about 10 years, all right? So about 2034 maybe, right? So what kind of damage are we going to see during that time frame? We'll see a fiat currency go bye-bye, right? Ours, right? That's going to cause a lot of problems, right? And people are going to run to silver and gold. And, for the last 6 years now, there's not been enough silver produced to meet the demand. So it's been a negative as far as so silver's been drawing down. And, when there's one good looking woman in a bar and you got 100 men there, that's tough. It's going to be, you better be a good bouncer, right? You better be a good bouncer in there. So that's kind of the way precious metals are going to be, guys. So get it now while you can. All right. So last thing I'm going to talk about, President Trump basically signed a bill for psychedelics. So they're going to do the study. There'll probably be some of the stuff that RFK Jr. Will be involved in. Ibogaine is an absolute incredible psychedelic that has helped people become unaddicted, PTSD. It's going to be revolutionary, and it will collapse a lot of the control systems where people are trapped into addiction. So that's another. So doesn't that sound good? Well, you have a lot of people that have been making billions and billions and billions of dollars, and healthcare workers and psychologists and all this kind of stuff. They're going to be out of business, right? Gone, bye-bye, right? So what are they going to do? Dig ditches, right? Some of them, but some of them won't. I don't know what they're going to do, but they'll figure something out. That's the way it was for me, right? I got pushed out of the CIA, and I was like, okay, that you guys tried to kill me, but I'll be back, right? And then they tried to break me monetarily, economically, tried to take away every way that I can make money, trying to steal all my money. They did a pretty good job of that, and I made my way back, right? So you just have to stay focused. One good way is LifeWave, right? So one of the things that I have found is monumental, because in the future it will be and has been, every time there has been a downside to the economy, people turn to education and they turn to health and wellness, right? So that's where LifeWave excels, and that's where LifeWave will actually help you, make the income that you may be losing in the future, right? All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I'll be back on in about an hour with Juan and David. All right. So we'll be David Kinney, and we'll be talking about some really interesting stuff. How the deep state steals our money through bonds and bond fraud and property taxes. And notice how property taxes go up and up and up and away, right? So if you're a senior and you retire and everything's looking good and you own your home, property taxes just keep going up. Why do you even have to pay that anymore if you own your home? So that's stealing from our seniors, and eventually some of those seniors lose their homes. It's very tragic, right? So there's a lot of people are losing homes right now. So some of that is because of the property taxes. And when they assess these degenerates and criminals come in and assess the property values, insurance also goes up because insurance is tied to that. So your property taxes go up, your insurance goes up, and you worked your whole life and you got $1 million in the bank, and it gets just eaten away, right? So not so good. All right, so we've been talking about some of that at top of the next hour. Lots of love, stay in love vibration, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, on Sunday, April 19, 2026, the White House urged all to be aware that traditional banking was no longer safe. Because of the fiat currency of the deep state cabal banking system, their banks were in the process of being closed without warning because they were not Basel III compliant, did not have the gold or assets to back up their money. On Sunday, April 19, 2026 alone, over 143,931 individual bank accounts were frozen by banks. In the last few weeks, some bank customers have complained they could not get access to their accounts. It was strongly advised that right now you withdraw monies from your present bank account to avoid not being able to access your monies in case your account was frozen. Additionally, you will need cash to function on during the upcoming 10 days of darkness when banks will be closed, while credit cards and ATMs will not be working. In a couple of weeks, citizens of all 209 countries that were part of the global currency reset would be called into redemption centers in their country to set up their new money accounts, called wallets, on the new Starlink satellite system, where their present bank account balance has been mirrored. If you are living in the US but were a citizen of another country, you would need to go to that country to set up your wallet. No one else could set it up for you. On Saturday, April 2, 2026, the new quantum financial system took over all deep state control of the cabal's global banking SWIFT system. Mass asset searches began against corrupt elites worldwide. Release of Nisar Jazara funds were the bullets that would kill our corrupt world banks, create a stock market and deep state corporations collapse connected to the Vatican. The new Starlink satellite network was now fully operational, with expanded control over financial infrastructure and global communications, including television, radio, and internet broadcasts. The legacy fiat currency-based SWIFT financial system was said to be offline, replaced by a new golden asset-backed global financial framework now functioning worldwide. At any moment, the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, was expected to override all devices, phones, televisions, radios, and internet-connected screens across the globe. We appeared to be just days away, on Friday, April 24, 2026, from the worldwide emergency broadcast system alert, start of 10 days of communication darkness and completion of the global currency reset. That meant a Nisra announcement was imminent, freedom from debt where illegal mortgages, credit card, loans were excused, marking the official start of the new system and end of the old world structure. The White House has been lit up in gold, symbolizing that the golden age has begun. The constitutional republic has been fully restored. The global EBS announcement will come with 7 trumpets sounding on our cell phones worldwide. Starlink will have total dominance, cabal backdoors eliminated. All screens, all channels around the world will carry one broadcast in all major languages. The EBS will give out 7 messages from President Trump and urge us to tune into our TVs, radio and internet, where full disclosure will be shown in sequenced 8-hour documentaries, 3 times a day for 10 days, to awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window was being prepared to secure the broadcast phase. A 10 days of darkness window will open with the communications blackout to install secure systems. During that 10 days the internet and ATMs will not work. Banks will be closed. All TV and radio programming will be taken over worldwide by Global Military Alliance broadcasts. Phones will only work for 911 calls worldwide, but we can obtain a signal app from the military which will secure the phones for regular use through the new Starlink satellite system and quantum computer. During this period, the truth will be delivered without interruption: election fraud proof, child trafficking exposures, bioweapon crimes, Fort Knox audit bombshells. Actually, the QFS was already active. Global trust funds and seized cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for a return to the people. 63 banks have collapsed due to non-compliance to Basel III, gold/asset-backed currency. $517 billion, lost. Each citizen will receive texts, emails to push notifications, a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status and access to the citizen's own sovereign fund dashboard. As of Sunday 1st of February, 2026 the QFS Global Sync was locked and irreversible, with 209 nations that now had gold-backed currency. The fiat slavery system was dead. U.S. Incorporated Corporation was officially bankrupt and dissolved. Deep state assets have been seized, trillions in stolen wealth has been redirected to humanity via global trust funds. Debt jubilee being executed, mortgages, credit cards, student loans erased under NISA protocols. On Monday, April 20, 2026, GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump rips the Fed from cabal control. Sovereign treasury rules with no income tax, tariffs plus 14% sales tax only. Trump slams 20% global tariff. Deep state melts in panic. On Tuesday, April 21, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jazar wealth drop. Stock food and cashes banks stark 10 days. Starlink EBS exposes cabal fall, fiat end, and freedom dawn. Martial law locks pedophile arrests worldwide. On Wednesday, April 22, 2026, 10 days darkness. EBS reveals elite child trafficking and suppressed Tesla medbed tech. Raytheon white hats build quantum pods in Texas and Florida ready to heal anything. On Thursday, April 23, 2026, Zim redemptions flood projects. New currencies follow. QFS live for all. B global currency reset on Monday, April 20, 2026. GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump rips the Fed from cabal control. Sovereign treasury rules with no income tax, tariffs plus 14% sales tax only. Trump slams 20% global tariff. Deep state melts in panic, 107 on Telegram. On Tuesday, April 21, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jazar wealth drop. On Thursday, April 23, 2026, Zim redemptions flood projects. New currencies follow. QFS live for all. Sunday, April 19, 2026, President Trump has just approved a massive U.S. stimulus package. Around $2.5 trillion set to flow into the economy over the next 12 months. Liquidity is back. Markets about to go parabolic, quantum financial system on Telegram. Friday, April 17, 2026, Putin smashes the Rothschild financial cabal. Our future generations will be born without Rothschild chains around their wrists and ankles. A historic strike against the globalist financial empire. Sunday, April 19, 2026, breaking special report, Economic Fury, why Trump's warning went only to Britain. Trump's economic fury dismantles the British imperial system. See Sunday, April 19, 2026, overnight, the quantum rails lit up with a new set of test pings. 14 corridors across Asia, Africa, and South America reported sub-second settlement on asset-backed tokens. Independent auditors captured the ledger hash and confirmed it links to the same chain shown during last week's Paymaster demo. NISA and Jazar Trump on Telegram. Private inboxes are buzzing. If you received the green bar notification, that means your KYC file passed final reconciliation and your appointment slot will populate inside the SafeLink portal within 48 hours. Keep 2 devices charged and ready, the link opens only once per IP. Key signs the engine is warming up. 1. Liquidity sink, Tier 1 banks just moved standby capital into mirrored escrow nodes. Backroom chatter says this is the go signal compliance teams have been waiting for. 2. Messaging shift. Select channels on Swift went read-only for 22 minutes during the sync window, exactly the test pattern we were told to expect. 3. Escrow contracts live. Project managers can now preview smart contract templates in the sandbox environment. Open them, check the clauses, and have amendments ready before you walk into the room. What to do right now? Snapshot every project budget in both fiat and grams of gold. Negotiators love hard numbers. Verify that each receiving account is already set up for instant settlement, no ACH holds. Write a one-paragraph impact statement for every community initiative you plan to fund. Brevity signals mastery. Stay radio silent about precise figures. Security teams have zero tolerance for leaks at this stage. Martial law F. Sunday, April 19, 2026. It's happening now. Here is the full list of Epstein pedophiles going to Gitmo. They will all be executed by the military on Trump's direct orders. Project Odin, martial law on Telegram. Deep State fought releases but act forced compliance. Purge restores American control. More names like Glenn Dubin, Tom Pritzker, Mort Zuckerman, bankers and fixers queue up. Pedophiles destroyed lives and America first. Military removes them with no mercy. All guilty transport to Gitmo for execution. Sovereignty demands this cleanup. Battle ends when last pedophile drops. Guru Information and Intel G. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Well-known whistleblower Edward Snowden claimed the HAARP facility in Alaska that was said to be a scientific installation studying the ionosphere, was really a device that could affect human systems on a level that leaves no trace. Where outcomes appear natural, and causes remain hidden. Not chaos, but precision. Not noise, but control. Ezra A. Cohen. Such systems wouldn't just be used for physical outcomes, but for shaping thought, behavior, and credibility. Individuals could be influenced, discredited, or destabilized without ever understanding why. In such a world, truth becomes fragile, and perception becomes weaponized. Snowden's name adds weight to these discussions because of his past revelations. The suggestion that classified documents exist, tied to high-level programs and defense networks, pushes this narrative into deeper territory, one where technology, secrecy, and power intersect. There are also claims that this system is not isolated. That it connects with broader infrastructure, communication networks, surveillance systems, and advanced research programs, forming a web that operates quietly in the background of everyday life. Sunday, April 19, 2026, the panic in Washington is deafening. They want you watching the blockade. They want you watching the Middle East. The real war is inside Congress right now. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Pam Bondi refused to testify. The media says she's hiding. No. She is protecting the ledger. The Oversight Committee doesn't want truth. They want to know exactly what evidence the White House has, so they can destroy it. She didn't defy a subpoena. She denied them the roadmap to their own survival. The unredacted Epstein files are secured. The flight logs are verified. The acting AG is playing his part perfectly. They cannot stop the release. Look at the universities. Students already demanding names stripped from buildings. Wait until they find out who funded the endowments. Watch the sudden resignations this week. Watch the private jets leaving DC. The trap is fully closed. From William Gregg, 1st A, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Veterans that know say that from April 2026 and beyond, alliance military forces will be making arrests in 209 countries. In the U.S. election fraud, there were more than 1.5 million people involved. The little people at the polls get minimum of 10 years in jail, the leaders 50+ years, and if charged with treason against America to remove a sitting president from office, the penalty is death. Gitmo is full. So we have to watch how this plays out here in Canada. It's hard to tell as the alliance military makes the arrests at night. They have used 200,000 actors from central casting and clones since 2017 to 7 to 8 million arrested. Many were executed before 2020. In 2021 there was a long list put out, mostly European politicians and royalty arrested, life in prison or death. It was the same thing for Hollywood. On January 21, 2021, when VP Mike Pence did not hear the 50+ complaints of U.S. 2020 election fraud and certified the vote, Around 388 members of Congress were arrested. The green U.S. military prison buses were seen leaving the Capitol building. 3-star General Flynn knows where all the bodies are buried. You also have Admiral Rogers, who told President Trump that Obama and Hillary were spying on him. JFK 35 is Q, President Trump is Q plus 45, 46, 47, with JFK Jr. as VP, a wartime president under the rules of war and continuity of government. In God We Trust. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Gitmo News, Deep State clones end after 3 years, cloning researchers tell military, doppelgangers/clones revealed, Liz Cheney hanged. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Military sources at Guantanamo Bay have confirmed that the Deep State's cloning operations are finally coming to an end after years of deception. Cloning researchers captured by White Hat forces have spilled the beans to interrogators, exposing how these doppelgangers only last 3 years before they must be recycled and replaced. According to insiders close to General Eric M. Smith's office, a key German-born scientist named Harold Krauss was arrested by U.S. Special Forces in late December 2025 and subjected to intensive questioning at a secure location. Initially resistant, Krauss eventually broke down under strategic pressure involving his family's safety, revealing critical details about the sinister cloning program. Krauss disclosed that Deep State clones are engineered to mature rapidly but suffer from neural decay after just 3 years. Once their time is up, they are recalled via subdermal microchips implanted behind the ear, dissolved in acid at recycling centers, and swapped out for fresh copies. This explains the constant parade of body doubles and lookalikes we have witnessed among political elites. The researcher admitted to working at a Missouri facility and knew of at least a dozen other cloning labs across the United States. He confirmed multiple clones of figures like Joseph R. Biden had been deployed over the years. Military officials are now using this intelligence to dismantle the entire network. The notorious Liz Cheney was found guilty of treason and hanged following a military trial. The former Congresswoman, consumed by hatred for President Trump and the Constitution, was exposed for orchestrating election fraud and vowing revenge over her father Dick Cheney's earlier execution for his role in past atrocities. Admiral Darcy Crandall presided over the proceedings where witnesses detailed Cheney's vendetta. Her bitter rage against Trump and the military for holding her family accountable sealed her fate. With her removal, another piece of the corrupt Deep State puzzle falls away. The exposure of these clone operations means the globalists' house of cards is collapsing. No longer can they hide behind manufactured doubles while the real monsters pull strings from the shadows. The White Hats are in full control, and more high-profile takedowns are imminent as the Great Awakening accelerates. Tim Russ, the Star Trek actor, has reportedly been used as a stand-in for Barack Obama in public appearances, further proving how deep the deception runs. But their time is over. The military alliance is closing in, ensuring that true justice will prevail and America will be restored to its rightful glory under leaders who serve the people. Stay vigilant, stay informed. The storm is here, and victory is near for all who stand with the light. Quanons know the plan is unfolding exactly as intended. More Gitmo news to follow as tribunals ramp up in the coming weeks. Save the Children Sunday, April 19, 2026. The Weiner laptop could destroy the wealthy elites and the U.S. government itself. This is the child trafficking connection to the U.S. government and its dirty politicians that they've hidden from you. Chief Stephen Silks threatened to release the Weiner laptop's contents, then ended up dead along with 9 other officers, right before his retirement. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. The globalist elite have been exposed in a massive $21 trillion heist that patriots are now uncovering. They didn't lose the money through accounting errors. Instead, they siphoned it into building an underground empire of deep underground military bases, or DUMBS. These hidden cities are engineered to shield the cabal from the very collapse they have orchestrated on the surface world. In the years leading up to 2026, vast sums of taxpayer money were funneled through black budgets into these subterranean fortresses. While Americans faced economic struggles, open borders, and division tactics, the Deep State built luxury bunkers equipped with the most advanced technology imaginable. Mark Skidmore's research revealed how trillions disappeared from Department of Defense and HUD ledgers. This was no mistake but deliberate theft to create escape plans for the ruling elite. Catherine Austin Fitts has confirmed on public platforms how these funds created a parallel world beneath our feet, inaccessible to the average citizen. The DUMB network includes extensive tunnel systems with maglev trains capable of high-speed travel between bases across the country and beyond. Powered by zero-point energy and featuring self-sustaining systems, genetic labs, and AI capabilities, these cities represent a breakaway civilization funded by the people they seek to control. This act of treason reveals the true nature of the globalist agenda. They plan to retreat underground during engineered crises, leaving the population above to fend for themselves in chaos. The tunnels connect their operations, potentially hiding even darker activities that QAnon researchers have suspected for years. The Great Awakening is gaining momentum as these truths surface in 2026. White hats within the military are exposing the network, aligning with the Q plan to dismantle the deep state. Patriots are fired up and ready to demand answers. Follow the money straight down the tunnels. Demand full audits of black budgets and full disclosure of DUMB locations. The cabal thought they could hide forever, but the light of truth is penetrating their underground lairs. Patriots worldwide are uniting to tear down this hidden empire. The elite will face justice for their betrayal. The storm is here, and victory belongs to we the people as the underground secrets are brought to the surface. Oh, what we think we know as of Monday, April 20, 2026 - Wednesday, April 15, 2026, the final sequence of the plan to save the world has been activated. The military white hats and Space Force are in charge. Expect EBS, blackout, 10 days of darkness, lockdowns. Congress has voted to keep the names of Congress people who use the fund, secret, quantum financial system on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026 An American checks her student loans. She borrowed $49,548.74. After 120 payments, she's paid $25,558.36. Her current balance: $50,121.33. After paying $25,000, she now owes more than she originally borrowed. This isn't aid, it's a scam. Quantum financial system on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026 There is incontrovertible evidence that Obama was the head of a seditious conspiracy to subvert the will of the American people and overthrow the United States government in 2016. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Friday, April 17, 2026, exposed. RFK Jr. sounds the alarm. Digital ID plus CBDCs equals total slavery. Resist now or be enslaved forever. Sunday, April 19, 2026, code name: Atmospheric Control, Weaponizing the Sky, DARPA, DoD, and the Dark Geopolitics of Weather Warfare, the DARPA files exposed. Sunday, April 19, 2026 Fox News, it's just been confirmed that President Trump is costing Iran $400 million every single day, $13 billion per month, while the Strait of Hormuz is blockaded. Checkmate. Sunday, April 19, 2026, Trump posts bombshell email. Brennan gave Morell green light to launch Biden laptop disinformation op before 2020 debate. Sunday, April 19, 2026, breaking special report. Elon Musk warns, the hammer of justice is coming as deep state debate explodes, when conspiracy stops sounding like fiction. Sunday, April 19, 2026, Gitmo files exposed. Obama and Biden's $7 billion shell scheme, the largest taxpayer heist in U.S. history. Sunday, April 19, 2026, breaking overnight intel drop, world's most critical oil route under strain, Iran challenges the system, Trump's America moves to protect global stability and energy security, intel drop / April 19, 2026. Saturday, April 18, 2026, the greatest show on earth, alert alert alert. More than 200,000 actors from central casting using CGI, AI, masks, and voice modulation were used in this movie. Q. Wed. 15/2026 Watch the water, they sealed the strait. Not for oil. Not for war. For what is hidden beneath the water, Mr. Poole on Telegram. The gold reserves they moved in 2011. The servers they sank in 2019. The encrypted ledgers that hold every transaction the cabal ever made. The blockade is not keeping ships out. It's keeping evidence in. Sunday, April 19, 2026 The retrieval begins. You were told to watch the water. The injustice of the justice system. Sunday, April 19, 2026 Fox News, the Trump DOJ is dropping another bombshell. The Biden-Merrick Garland DOJ's weaponization more than doubled prison sentences for pro-life activists compared to pro-abortion ones. It claims the Biden Justice Department, led by former Attorney General Merrick Garland, weaponized the law to target pro-life defendants and tried to give them longer prison sentences. And that includes the case of pro-life activist Mark Haug. The father of 7 was charged with obstructing access to an abortion clinic. A SWAT team of more than a dozen people raided his home, arresting him in front of his children. He faced up to 11 years in prison. A jury later acquitted him. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Guilty verdict. In Oregon, rainwater falling on your own land doesn't actually belong to you. Gary Harrington built 3 reservoirs on his 170-acre property to collect rainwater and snowmelt for fire protection. The state demanded he drain every drop. All water belongs to us. He refused. They hit him with 9 misdemeanors, jailed him for 30 days, and fined him more than $15,000. This is government claiming ownership of the sky. What's next? Your air. Your soil. Actually. Yes, Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Breaking. Hillary Clinton in full panic as Weiner laptop files ready for public release, secret emails, Obama contacts, payoff records, and dirty secrets exposed. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The Weiner laptop is the single most dangerous piece of evidence still in the shadows. Its full public release will end Hillary Clinton for good. As of April 2026, with President Trump back in the White House, dismantling the old regime that pushed to hide these files has become even more frantic. This device contains the full blueprint of the Clinton machine, including child trafficking networks, money laundering operations, Epstein blackmail, and treason reaching the Obama Oval Office. It ties together every betrayal of the American people. Seized by the NYPD in 2016, investigators found thousands of Clinton emails, Huma Abedin's messages, and an insurance policy folder with compromise on politicians and elites. Comey and Lynch buried it to shield Clinton through the election. Trafficking evidence is central, with patterns matching Epstein activities and coordination through State Department channels during Clinton's time as Secretary of State and foundation projects. Financial records detail pay-to-play with foreign funds routed through the Clinton Foundation and offshore accounts. Obama pseudonyms show his role in protecting the network from oversight. Huma Abedin served as the keynote, handling classified information and leverage strategies. The files expose efforts to undermine Trump via open borders, weak energy policies, and bad trade deals. References to cleanup protocols. Today in 2026, these files connect to the globalist fight against Trump's second term. The Epstein links fuel current lawfare and control pushes. Trump's DOJ stands ready to declassify the full archive. The documents link straight from 2016 scandals through Russia hoax, impeachments, 2020 issues, and all lawfare. The same networks still attack American sovereignty. Trump has always seen this fight as existential. His current administration is the cleanup phase. The Weiner laptop release will prove every America First policy counters the deep state betrayal. The archive was never meant to surface, serving as ultimate insurance for those viewing America as profit and citizens as expendable. The exposure draws near and cannot be stopped. Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin, and all involved will finally face justice. The deep state racket collapses and the republic reclaims its sovereignty. Plain old fraud. Sunday, April 19, 2026. The White House Fraud Task Force just found that 400 businesses receiving billions in federal grants may be fraudulent, because the Democrats turned off fraud protections. The firms didn't even file an address. And they got $6B plus. We found that 400 businesses with contracts worth $6 billion, originally allocated by the Biden administration, didn't even file physical addresses at their businesses. That's a statutory requirement. You're not supposed to be able to get any money from the United States government unless you put down a physical mailing address, and they just didn't do it. Andrew Ferguson, WH Anti-Fraud Task Force Vice Chair. We demand a refund and prosecution of the politicians who allowed it. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Brooke Shirley, mother of Nick Shirley, reacts to California coming after her son's important investigative journalism. Isn't it mind-blowing to think that the biggest threat to the Democratic Party in the state of California is actually Nick Shirley? They're not worried about the crime. They're not worried about releasing criminals on the streets. They're not worried about the homeless encampments popping up everywhere in residential neighborhoods. They are worried about Nick Shirley, people like him. Nick Shirley, keep doing your thing, son. Healthcare fraud. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Dr. Oz reveals Democrats under Joe Biden signed hundreds of thousands of people up for $0 healthcare plans. Many didn't even know they were signed up. Big Pharma cashed in because they got paid for every one of these plans. Democrats literally laundered billions to Big Pharma. The Government Accountability Office just released a shocking interim report on widespread fraud within Obamacare. They eliminated common-sense income verifications, which are central to making sure people actually qualify for the program. They also expanded the number of people who got completely free health insurance via what are called $0 premium plans, which is a huge problem because if you don't pay anything for a plan, you might forget that you have it. Or you may be enrolled in it by an unscrupulous insurance broker without your knowledge. To date, we've received complaints from hundreds of thousands of Americans who didn't know they were enrolled in an Obamacare plan until they got paperwork from the IRS related to their tax credits. So why was this allowed to happen? Because the past administration prioritized achieving big program enrollment numbers over protecting program integrity. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Fox News. Gavin Newsom's $30 billion in-home care program in California is losing $6 billion to $12 billion a year to fraud. The truth is, Newsom is not losing anything. Newsom is laundering $6 to $12 billion taxpayer dollars a year into his political support base through fraud. Election fraud. Sunday, April 19, 2026. The most in-your-face evidence of election fraud caught at the State Farm Arena in GA, on camera, showing Democrat election workers lie to associates and poll watchers, telling everyone to go home. Come back with no oversight, pull out hidden suitcases of ballots that they hid earlier, and run the same batches of fraudulent ballots all throughout the night until Biden's margin of victory cleared Trump's massive lead. This same operation happened in numerous other swing states, some counting fraudulent ballots for days or weeks until Biden's lead was greater than Trump's. The 2020 election was stolen and it was caught on camera. These cameras weren't for the election, they just happened to be there for security purposes from the State Farm Arena, otherwise we would have never caught this on camera. Jazar Nizra on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026. CBS investigative journalist Catherine Herridge has gone public with explosive allegations. CBS executives deliberately buried the Hunter Biden laptop story and ordered her to wait until after the 2022 midterms to help the Democratic Party. Jazar Nizra on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Before the 2020 election, USB keys and a laptop were stolen from a PA election warehouse, which grants full admin access and compromises the entire election. Trump led PA by 800,000 votes when counting stopped. Biden then won the state by 60,000 votes. Guess what county gave Biden the 60,000 vote win? The same PA county that the USB keys and a laptop were stolen from. There are no coincidences. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026, after a 68% error rate with mail-in ballots was found in the Michigan 2020 election, a forensic audit of Dominion voting machines by election experts was performed. The results were released by a judge that read, "We conclude that the Dominion voting system is intentionally and purposefully designed with inherent errors to create systemic fraud and influence election results. The system intentionally generates an enormously high number of ballot errors. The electronic ballots are then transferred for adjudication. The intentional errors lead to bulk adjudication of ballots with no oversight, no transparency, and no audit trail. This leads to voter or election fraud. Based on our study, we conclude that the Dominion voting system should not be used in Michigan. We further conclude that the results of Antrim County should not have been certified." The Rabbit Hole on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026, servers connected to site in foreign countries were seized in Germany which contained U.S. voting data and raw data of algorithms that showed how thousands of votes were switched from Trump to Biden within seconds during the 2020 election. Why is U.S. election data leaving the country in the first place when they know for a fact that it can be altered as soon as it's connected to the internet? Why? Sunday, April 19, 2026, breaking. Hillary Clinton in full panic as Weiner laptop files ready for public release, secret emails, Obama contacts, payoff records, and dirty secrets exposed. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The Weiner laptop is the single most dangerous piece of evidence still in the shadows. Its full public release will end Hillary Clinton for good. As of April 2026, with President Trump back in the White House, dismantling the old regime that pushed to hide these files has become even more frantic. This device contains the full blueprint of the Clinton machine, including child trafficking networks, money laundering operations, Epstein blackmail and treason reaching the Obama Oval Office. It ties together every betrayal of the American people. Seized by the NYPD in 2016, investigators found thousands of Clinton emails, Huma Abedin's messages and an insurance policy folder with compromise on politicians and elites. Comey and Lynch buried it to shield Clinton through the election. Trafficking evidence is central, with patterns matching Epstein activities and coordination through State Department channels during Clinton's time as Secretary of State and Foundation projects. Financial records detail pay-to-play with foreign funds routed through the Clinton Foundation and offshore accounts. Obama pseudonyms show his role in protecting the network from oversight. Huma Abedin served as the keynote, handling classified information and leverage strategies. The files expose efforts to undermine Trump via open borders, weak energy policies and bad trade deals. References to cleanup protocols. Today in 2026, these files connect to the globalist fight against Trump's second term. The Epstein links fuel current lawfare and control pushes. Trump's DOJ stands ready to declassify the full archive. The documents link straight from 2016 scandals through Russia hoax, impeachments, 2020 issues and all lawfare. The same networks still attack American sovereignty. Trump has always seen this fight as existential. His current administration is the cleanup phase. The Weiner laptop release will prove every America First policy counters the deep state betrayal. The archive was never meant to surface, serving as ultimate insurance for those viewing America as profit and citizens as expendable. The exposure draws near and cannot be stopped. Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin and all involved will finally face justice. The deep state racket collapses and the republic reclaims its sovereignty. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Sunday, April 19, 2026, USA Secretary of State Marco Rubio, I don't care what the UN says. The UN is a corrupted disaster that puts third world dictators on human rights councils and promotes the replacement of white people. Sunday, April 19, 2026, Obama dropped more bombs than any other president, a total of 92,000 plus from 2009 to 2016. In 2015, a total of 29,643 bombs dropped, and 32,080 in 2016 alone. Obama also ordered over 514 drone strikes and had a weekly Tuesday morning kill list meeting with former CIA Director John Brennan. They would target whoever they wanted gone and order strikes or send in a unit, or agent to get the job done. Sunday, April 19, 2026, the world's largest skin bank is in Israel, stocked from Palestinian bodies, white hats on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026, from the Epstein files, Joe Biden died and the masked clones are getting worse by the day. One of the clones was malfunctioning. Wednesday, April 15, 2026, Netanyahu's real name is Mili Kowski, an Ashkenazi Jew from Poland who grew up in New York. He doesn't represent a people, he represents a machine, political, military, ideological. Wednesday, April 15, 2026, military tribunals operate under the Insurrection Act to handle treason cases beyond Supreme Court reach. Deep state criminals, rogue agents and shadow government operatives face justice for their soft coup efforts and subversion plans targeting America.
Things are coming to a head and I need to be here on the spot. There's a lot of high-level negotiations going on in the background. As you know, Donald Trump will be coming to Japan next week, and then he'll be meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping also next week, next Thursday. And things are not going to be the same after all this. The Chinese have really started to play hardball, and they're holding a lot of cards. By cutting off rare earth metals starting November 1st, basically they're going to shut down most of the semiconductor industry and defense industry and a lot of and the automobile industry. As well as that, now they're cutting off the supply of semiconductors needed for automobile manufacturing. So basically, things are going to grind to a halt in the West. And for Trump to say, I'm going to raise tariffs on China, it's nonsense. It's like some guy who's been going to a bar and not paying his tab. And they say, well, if you don't pay your tab, you can't buy any more beer here. You're going to have to bring cash. And then he said, oh, well, I'm going to boycott your bar. No, you're being kicked out because you haven't been paying your bills. So any attempt to keep the current U.S. government and that whole uh, horror show of reality TV actors and Gaza genocide and all that kind of stuff, and then blowing up ships. This is not the kind of behavior that the rest of the world wants to see or continue. What is being demanded now is a complete regime change in North America. That includes Canada and the United States, and of course the West. So all the blackmailed pedophiles from Starmer in the UK, Macron in France, and the fake Trump in the US have to go. And the other thing we're demanding is a jubilee. That is a complete cancellation of all debts, public and private, and a redistribution of assets. Return the money that was stolen from the people through central bank fraud. This is the demands we'll be making, and the Asian societies support this, and they hold the cards. I just don't see what they expect to accomplish if they want to keep the current system going. Now, also, Japan's new Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, she's off to a good start. She's going to start deporting a lot of the criminal foreigners who were brought in as a part of a social destabilization project that's happening in all the G7 countries, Canada, United States, Europe. You're bringing in military age foreign males to cause trouble. It's just not it's not going to be tolerated anymore, and that's what I'm hearing. Now, I think the cabal voted against Takaichi, Prime Minister Takaichi, because she got into office and she has a 71% popular support, but the Nikkei stock market went down 666 points. So the Satanists voted against her. But, at the end of the day, they don't really control very much. So things will be coming to a head. And the other thing that's been on my radar is there was talk about Donald Trump meeting Russian President Vladimir Putin. And it's interesting that the Russian official TASS news agency says that the talks are still going to go ahead, while CNN and the Western media is reporting it's going to be canceled. And it's clear the Russians are aware there was a fake Trump and a real Trump, and that they're still going to go ahead and have talks with the real Trump. However, I've been told by U.S. military intelligence sources that there was a plan to somehow arrest Vladimir Putin when he went to Hungary, even though the Hungarian government promised he won't be. So that's an unresolved issue. Again, we're dealing with very desperate, cornered rats, and they're going to pull out all the stops. But clearly, things are not going to be business as usual. I've also, I'll send you, or you'll see this video here of people demanding the arrest of Bill Gates, playing the role of Bill Gates. The point being that we should not have some Bill Gates type character controlling that huge medical poison industry, which is what the case is now. I mean, remember, he was the guy who financed the WHO and their attempt to turn this planet into a giant slave farm with their digital ID and with their, and have governments hand over all power to him. And this is not going to happen. So that's all coming apart as well. And I've been in touch also with British intelligence, and they're with us. They're on the program for the replacement of the BIS, the World Bank, the IMF, with new, healthier institutions that actually work for the people, that try to plan a better future, try to make this a better planet. Again, the other point is U.S. military salaries may or may not bounce today. So that's something we're going to keep an eye on. But my message to the U.S. military and the White Hats is that if you want to get your paychecks, you're going to have to get off your asses and seize all the corporations that are controlled by State Street and banking, Vanguard, and BlackRock. Take control of the transnational corporations away from the inbred Swiss group that controls it, the pharaonic bloodlines who have been trying to turn this entire planet into a giant prison. This is not going to be allowed to continue. So again, things are going to be coming to a head between now and November 1st. I'll probably provide more updates if I get information, but right now we're all waiting for the big meetings next week. And if it's the fake Trump who shows up in Japan and to meet Xi Jinping, he'll return empty-handed. If it's the real Trump, he's going to have to agree to a jubilee and a complete revamp of the system. We don't want to continue the U.S. corporate government as it is. We don't want to have reality TV actors pretending to be our leaders while the true powers stay in the shadows. This is not going to be allowed anymore. And the other thing is, we're not going to let them start any more wars so they can harvest children for adrenochrome, enslave women, and for the organ trade, all that kind of stuff. They're quite desperate now because these people do require human sacrifice to get the energy they need to keep their systems going. And with the war in the Ukraine basically over and the slaughter in Gaza being strongly curtailed, they're trying very hard now to start a new sort of war in Venezuela. But again, that's not going to work. This planet has a satanic infestation. There can be no doubt about it. And a lot of the Western leaders are basically blackmailed by these Satanists. They have to be removed. So, again, it's going to be a crucial time. I have some meetings scheduled with Japanese right-wingers and Asian secret society types, and I'll know a lot more after these meetings. But there is a general consensus that enough is enough, and we have to bring things to a head finally. So again, nothing's happening yet, but it's all about to happen, and it's going to be big. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. It seems to skirt FEC rules as if APEC can back channel and fund politicians using something called Democracy Engine LLC. Do you know what this is, and have you considered this funding source when reporting on the USA bankruptcy?
They have something like 70,000 different non-government organizations that they use to do all sorts of social manipulation. I'm sure that's one of them, although I don't know the details of that one. The other thing they do to launder their funny money and to control society is they control religious cults, the Mormons, all sorts of different cults, that the Christian Zionists, and here in Japan they have several different cults that they have been using. What they do is basically they use the religion, tax-free religion, as a vehicle to give money to people who they think they can manipulate society on their behalf. All of that needs to be shut down, including the one you just mentioned, although, again, I don't know the details. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. What if the Kirk event was staged and he's not dead? Old Demogard has found it resembles too many other staged events. I agree there are too many Trumps. I don't understand why, if the fakes exist in real time, why surrounding staff and or the real Trump doesn't announce the issue the same way that Trump denounced the 2020 election steal. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, as far as the Charlie Kirk thing is going, I have been told by some sources that he's alive in a military base, and that it's hard to tell. Maybe there's wheels within wheels, and the white hat staged a fake assassination to ruin Israel's reputation, or maybe Israel tried to kill him, but it blew up in their faces. We just don't know. But what the point is, we don't want to have this sort of reality TV like events, street theater stage to try to manipulate us. That's not how we're supposed to run a government. The government's supposed to listen to what the people want and then try to figure out how to make that happen. It shouldn't be, staging an event to make everyone go off to war or something, which is what's going on now. That whole system needs to be shut down. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Is the real Trump against the AI robotics takeover of humanity, against the digital ID? We are in a human extinction event if this isn't stopped. The AI job apocalypse is starting to accelerate the U.S. economy. The UK government is trying to force digital ID on its citizens.
You know, the problem with all this digital ID stuff is that there is something out there known as physical reality, and it is above and beyond the AI or digital ID. It's sort of, the story of King Midas is a good example of how this, or analogy of how this works. King Midas was granted one wish, and what he wished for was that everything he touched turned to gold. And what happened was he starved to death because the food turned to gold and he couldn't eat it. Digital ID, all that digital stuff, it's not real. You can't eat it. It's just numbers. And as long as the underlying reality, physical food, physical metal, all that kind of stuff exists, no matter what they try, it's not going to work. Basically, what's happened is the West has lost the material war. They don't produce. Their industry is hollowed out. They have to borrow from the rest of the world to get their foodstuffs or their material, and they can't pay for it. And they're trying to use digital as a way to, pretend they're not going to pay their debts. I've been told there's a plan to take all U.S. debt, put it in the cloud, and then disappear it. But that's not going to work. The Asians are saying, hand over physical gold and silver, and they don't have it. They've jacked up the price of gold desperately to try to get people to sell their jewelry so they can have enough gold to pay off the Chinese. It's not working, and it's But yeah, the fact that the current Western oligarchs are spending all future investments on building these giant data centers means that they are the enemies of the people, and they are trying to create a digital prison. But it's going to fail. AI isn't working. It can't fact check. It can't confirm the real world. Real companies in the real world can't use it. The thing's a giant hallucination, and it's going to fail. But they're desperately trying to do that. But again, I tell you, it's not going to work. And as far as the real Trump and the fake Trump are concerned, what I've been told is there's a very serious battle raging, and neither side is strong enough to put down the other side as of yet. But I think that will change once the Chinese really do cut off industry, and they will force the military to get rid of all these satanic oligarchs, or else they won't get their paychecks. If they do, arrest these people, then yeah, the U.S. military will be working to help save the planet, which is the job they were supposed to be doing in the first place. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Another question in addition to digital ID. In your opinion, is digital ID what the Bible refers to as, quote, the mark of the beast in Revelations, where individuals without the mark will be hunted and unable to buy or sell goods?
It is very clear that there is a very powerful group centered around Israel and then Switzerland who did want to implement a mark of the beast type control. And I know this is very linked closely to Barack Obama and that whole Hitler branch of the Khazarian mafia. So yeah, I think there is a group which they used to be known as the Sabbatean Frankist Jews. Now we call them the Khazarian Mafia, who did want to implement Mark of the Beast control. And Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, is definitely part of that because he bought, that property on Fifth Avenue, 666 Fifth Avenue, if I'm not mistaken, where they had the Lucent Technologies, which is Lucifer Technologies, brain chip research. So yeah, it's these are the people who are behind it, but it's going to fail. They're not going to succeed because people are aware of it and they're revolting. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. With respect to the rigged election in Japan, the corruption is obvious, and there is a rumor that the Komeito party is the main actor in the election manipulation. Please inform us about what you know about who the main actors of the election manipulation are in Japan.
Well, up until now, the Komeito were the people who did a lot of the actually dirty work. They had their believers come in and fill countless paper ballots, fake ballots, and they were send them out, putting up election posters and all that kind of stuff. But the Komeito withdrew its support from Sanai Takaichi, and they're not as powerful as they used to be. I'm still, I'm waiting to see what happens with this new regime. Again, I just got back like yesterday to Japan, so I haven't met any people to try to get more information. But I know that Japan is something has clicked, and it's not going to be business as usual. And this Sokagakai cult is not going to be subcontract and control Japan for the Satanists anymore. That's for sure. But the elections have been fake since the end of World War II. Basically, what happened was when the United States landed in Japan after the war, they called in the Prime Minister Tojo of the wartime government and said, look, you can stay on as Prime Minister, but you'll be taking orders from us. And he said, no, I can't do that. That's treason. And so he was executed as a war criminal. And they kept doing that until they found Abe's grandfather, who said, yes, okay. And ever since then, the prime ministers in Japan have just been reading scripts handed to them by the Americans. But the people who are in charge of this are dead now, and everything's in flux. So I think something fundamental has clicked in Japan, but I'll know more over the coming days as I have meetings. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week, and there should be a lot more to talk about then because Trump will be here, and we'll know more about if it was the real Trump or the fake Trump, and if the U.S. is going to have a hard landing or if they're going to announce a jubilee and a reboot. I've got some very important intelligence sent to me by a very high-level source of mine. This is someone who personally knows Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and the original Donald Trump. Now, here's the message that they want to convey to the world. The original Trump, Putin, and Xi Jinping, all three originals, work together behind the scenes towards peace and harmony. They all use doubles and avatars for security. Unfortunately, the deep state are using their own body doubles and avatars. The battle for control of the world is in the final stage now. This is the global alliance for the benefit of humanity versus the satanic dark side that wants to kill off as many living beings as possible, not just humans. You know the deep state fake Trump by his continual support of Israel, as well as his continued vacillating on almost every issue. You will know which Trump goes to Japan when you see him and his actions. Melania will join the real Trump. A fake Melania may join the fake Trump. It will be fairly easy to differentiate between them. The three original leaders are scheduled to meet privately before December 15th and at an undisclosed location. There will not be any public disclosure, totally off the record. That's it. Okay, I just thought it was important to get that out there. And I couldn't read the message and record my face at the same time. All right, anyway, I hope to see you.
Hello, Patriot. Doesn't it seem like time is moving faster and faster? Well, it does to me anyway. And just a reminder, tomorrow Judy should be back with her regular update. So the news is coming fast and furious. It's hard to keep up with, but the feeling that I get is we are accelerating towards the climax of this movie. I want to start off this update with a video that I found that is basically an overview of the final phase of the operation. I cannot confirm its accuracy, but I think the overall theme is on point. So, with that said, let's start the show.
Right, let's get right into it. What we're about to cover, this is not a theory. It's not a forecast. We are breaking down the operational blueprint for the final disclosure. This is the fully orchestrated step-by-step delivery of absolute truth. This is the playbook, so listen closely. So first things first, you have to understand the core concept here. It's called the final production. every event that's about to happen, and to most people it's going to look like complete and utter chaos, is actually part of a meticulously controlled military operation. Nothing is random. It is all a grand production with one single goal: to wake up humanity. And this right here, this is the headline for the entire show. A total white hat/GAA production. Now, we'll get into exactly what those terms mean in a second, but the main takeaway is this. What looks like the world falling apart is actually a strategic military-grade takedown of the old parasite system. And get this, that system is already gone. We're just watching the final scenes of the movie play out. So who exactly is running this thing? Who are the producers? Well, these are the key players, the white hats. And we're not just talking about some political insiders here. No, they're described as this dedicated force of both human and, yes, ET souls who have incarnated on Earth over and over again specifically for this mission. They're the boots on the ground working hand in glove with the Global Galactic Alliance and Space Force to execute this final phase. So what's the end game? What's the whole point? It's all a very, very delicate balancing act. The whole operation is designed to be just shocking enough to jolt the masses awake, to finally shatter that collective trance, and to completely dismantle the old parasite infrastructure. But, and this is absolutely crucial, it's designed to do all of this in a controlled way, to pull us back from the brink of a total, uncontrolled societal collapse. Think of it as a controlled demolition, not a freefall. Okay, so how do you get the undivided attention of billions of people who have been programmed their whole lives to ignore the truth? That's where this next part comes in. The 4 scare events. The plan requires a sequence of really dramatic, staged events. They're designed to be so unbelievable that they just completely override the mainstream narrative, capture everyone's attention, and force the world to question everything they thought was real. And here they are, the 4 major acts in this global play. We're talking about a worldwide communications blackout, followed by a simulated world war, then a totally mind-bending fake alien invasion, and finally symbolic energy strikes against the world's most infamous seats of power. Each one is a calculated move, designed to crank up the pressure on the collective until it finally breaks free. Let's break each one down. First up, the comms blackout. This is what creates the initial shock and silence. It forces everyone to look up from their phones. The plan is to sever the main undersea fiber optic cables, which will effectively just turn off the internet and global communications. Instantly, the old media guard will start pushing a fake story, pointing fingers at some enemy to stir up as much fear as possible. Right after the blackout, we move into the next phase, World War III theater. And the keyword here really is theater. This is not a real war. The plan calls for very limited surgical missile strikes on sites that have already been cleared out, empty buildings, symbolic locations. But the media, they're going to amplify it to make it look like we're on the edge of nuclear Armageddon. The whole point of this performance is to push the global fear level to its absolute maximum. Then, right at the peak of all that manufactured fear, they pull out the showstopper, the fake alien invasion. You may have heard this called Project Bluebeam. It's basically using advanced holographic tech, our own tech, repurposed to create these huge, totally believable illusions. The skies will literally fill with holographic fleets. Can you even imagine? The shockwave from that alone is designed to just shatter any last remaining piece of what we thought was a normal reality. And the final act of these scare events? Symbolic energy strikes. The plan says that direct energy weapons operated by the Alliance will hit 34 very specific buildings around the world. These are places that are seen as the symbolic anchors of the old power structure. We're talking the Vatican, Buckingham Palace, the White House. Within this operation, these places are considered satanic strongholds, and taking them down is a very public, very symbolic end of the old guard. So after this series of escalating, engineered chaos, the whole plan shifts gears. The scare events are meant to create this global pause, this moment where the entire world is just in shock and finally ready to hear something new. And that brings us to Section 3, the lockdown window, a period specifically for mass revelation. Now, it is so important to understand what this lockdown is and what it isn't. This is nothing like the health-related lockdowns we've seen before. No, this is a military-led stabilization effort. It's designed specifically to protect civilians and maintain order, to create a safe and calm environment for everyone to process the information that's about to be released. It's for protection, not control. So, during this 3 to 10 day lockdown, the Emergency Broadcast System, or EBS, is going to be activated globally. It's going to take over every single TV, radio, and online channel, and for 72 hours, or maybe even longer, it's going to broadcast a series of pre-made, high-def documentaries, and these will contain irrefutable proof of everything that's been hidden, the election fraud. The whole purpose of the EBS is crystal clear, and this quote says it all. The goal is to deliver names, faces, and evidence so undeniable that it shatters the false reality of the sleepers in one single decisive blow. After this, there will be no going back. There will be no room left for doubt. You might be thinking, okay, but with these kinds of world-shattering truths being beamed into every home, how do you stop society from just completely flying apart? It's a natural question. And that brings us to our fourth section, securing the realm. This part of the plan is all about the logistics of keeping order. This slide shows a huge shift in public authority. According to the plan, all the existing police forces around the world will be officially stood down. They're out. In their place, the Earth Alliance military will become a visible presence on the streets. But here's the key difference. Their job isn't law enforcement. It's civilian protection during this transition. And let's be perfectly clear on this point. The plan is adamant. This is not oppressive martial law. Not even close. It's described as a temporary protective measure, purely to provide a secure and stable environment. The entire goal is to let people safely absorb the bombshells from the EBS broadcasts without society falling into widespread chaos and violence. And this quote right here is the ultimate reassurance. It confirms that the real battle, it's already been won. The old parasite network has been gone for years. What we are all about to witness is simply the final act of a scripted disclosure. It is not a last-ditch power grab. It's a victory lap. So we've walked through the whole global plan, from the scare events to the lockdown to the truth broadcasts. But that brings us to the final and honestly the most important part of this whole thing, your role. This is where the plan becomes personal. This is where you become a key player on the board. And so this slide asks the most important question for anyone who's hearing this. When the world is in shock, when that AI scaffolding, the automated social and media programs that run the old reality, when all of that starts to crumble, what are you supposed to do? What's your job? And here it is. This is your mission directive. Your role isn't to argue. It's not to try and preach into the noise. Your job is to be a lighthouse, a point of stability, calmly holding your ground, being that beacon of calm and clarity for everyone around you who will be totally lost in the storm as their entire world shatters. So, this is your final instruction, and it's the most powerful part of the entire plan. When the time comes, the most impactful thing you can possibly do is just stay calm. Anchor that frequency of truth. Be the lighthouse for your family, your friends, your community. This was the plan all along, and now you know your part to play.
We have been for the last, since 71, when we did a reset and went out the gold standard,
Yes.
we've been dealing with this situation where there's been no reset in over 50 years. That is the longest period we've ever gone without a reset, because we had one in 1933, we had one in 45 with Bretton Woods, and we had one in 71.
Mm-hmm. Good
So
point.
that's allowed everything to build to epic levels in terms of debt level, and it's all got to be handled. So there's a lot of things to get sorted here, and it's going to really bring some things to a head. Now, Trump posted this week an interesting image, and it's a video from 1929.
Mm.
And I know a lot of people just looked at the video and thought, what does that mean? And if you see the video, you see people walking down the streets of New York,
Mm-hmm.
and they're all in their suits and dresses, and they're
Well
just
dressed.
going about their business like everything is great. But if you remember, 1929 is when the market crashed,
Oh, yeah.
right? We went into the
Mhm.
Great Depression.
Yes.
And towards the end of the video, it shows them all lining up like they're getting into a soup line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
He's giving you information
Signal. Yep.
when he says this. These are the signals. And even
Absolutely.
right now, it looks like everything's okay. Everything's going to be fine. Let's not look at 38 trillion of debt. Let's not look at the bond crisis going on across America. There's billions and billions of bonds that can't be repaid. Let's not look at any of that. Everything's just fine. Wake up. We got to wake up.
Absolutely.
Because these things don't just evaporate. They don't just go away. The bond crisis is fascinating. What you've had is counties across the entire nation raising the valuation on homes, thereby raising the property taxes in each of those counties. And based upon the raising property taxes, they could take out additional bonds, which is debt, for the school, claiming it's for the school system. But if the question I have is this, and no one's been able to answer it: if the property taxes are being paid to fund the schools, why are the schools borrowing money against that tax income stream?
Yeah.
And who's getting the money? Where did it go?
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Yes.
There's a whole lot, and we've just started this whole fraud thing. You know, we had the vice president that was just appointed as the fraud czar, which I think he wears the title with great pride. And we had the acting attorney general come out and talk about the launch of a special fraud unit that's going to be looking into this. And he's assigning 93 prosecutors in every district.
Wow.
Every district is getting 93 prosecutors to go after fraud. And they have 8,000 pending matters currently.
Oh, man.
So this is we're just barely getting started, right? With uncovering the fraud. It's kind of like the tip of the iceberg moment here. So it's very fascinating as we look at all these things going on. Whenever you get to the age of particularly a debt-based system like we have, where you cannot create an additional dollar in the Federal Reserve System without creating a corresponding debt that relates to that. And then what the Federal Reserve does is then they charge interest to repay that debt. But there's a qualification in there. The debt and the interest has to be repaid in the same money that it was borrowed in.
Yes.
So you can't use other assets. You can't use gold. You can't use silver. You can't use anything else. So if the government borrows $100 and has to pay back, say, $105, where does it get the extra $5 of currency? Well, it has to go borrow it again, right, in order to pay the $105 back. So what you have is you have the system that just elevates in debt levels, and unless there's a reset, the whole thing comes crumbling down. We have been for the last, since 71, when we did a reset and went out the gold standard, we've been dealing with this situation where there's been no reset in over 50 years. That is the longest period we've ever gone without a reset, because we had one in 1933, we had one in 45 with Bretton Woods, and we had one in 71.
Good point.
That's allowed everything to build to epic levels in terms of debt level, and it's all got to be handled. It all has to be taken care of. So people should be paying attention when the president puts out a message that's a video from 1929, showing the people all walking down the street like everything's happy and normal. Even in the beginning, when it first starts kind of crumbling, you still think, well, it'll be okay. It'll be all right. Until you're standing in the soup line, right? Or the bread line, because you don't even have food. This is a message for everybody to be prepared. You know, for years, and I know you've said this, John, I've heard you on your programs, have food, have water, have basic necessities stockpiled, you know.
Pray, plan, and prepare.
A little bit. Yeah, exactly. And why? Because you don't shift financial systems, and we're moving to something new, but you don't do that without turbulence.
Absolutely.
It's always going to be bumpy to some degree. It's not going to be perfectly smooth. Now, I think they're trying to make it as smooth as can be with conditions, okay? But it's still going to be difficult. The Trump administration has done everything they can over the last year to really juice our economy, bring in trillions of investment from overseas, do all these things to really try to put some heat, some fire behind this economy. Why? Because that allows you to recover faster from the flip. Doesn't mean that it's not bumpy, but you can get through it much more quickly if you've got a raging economy going in the background. So I think that we're going to see that going forward. as we get to this point of switch. Now, on the 26th of March, the Treasury put out a message on their website saying that on the 4th of July, that there would be new currency, that it would feature Donald Trump's signature and Scott Bessent's signature.
Mm-hmm.
And that the $100 bill could potentially come as early as June. Okay.
Wow.
If you read through the entirety of the statement that they made,
I read it.
they talked
Yep.
about the U.S. dollar, the U.S. economy, and the U.S. financial system, but nowhere in that document were the words Federal Reserve. Nowhere.
Finally.
So this is fascinating what we're watching, and we get a new Fed chairman on the 15th of May.
Central
When
casting.
Kevin Warsh is going to step in. Yeah.
We
From David Nino Rodriguez on Telegram, FBI Director Kash Patel just confirmed that they are folding the stolen election into the entire grand conspiracy case. Promises that arrests are coming very soon. We've got all the evidence. I can announce on your show that we've got all the information we need. We're working with our prosecutors at the DOJ under AG Todd Blanche, and we are going to be making arrests. And it's coming, and I promise, it's coming soon. Maria Bartiromo then followed up and asked if the FBI has evidence of the rigged and stolen election, to which Kash responded, yes. So what we are doing is folding that into our entire conspiracy case. But we have the information that backs President Trump's claim of the stolen election, but I would say stay tuned this week. You might see a thing or two. Notice he specifically said our entire conspiracy case. Seems like we are definitely getting close. This is from White Hats on Telegram. Iran nuclear operation, USA, Delta Force, World War III. Let's just say, behind the scenes, White Hats have already initiated covert Delta Force operations deep inside Iran nuclear facilities that the mainstream media will never show you. These operations have been running silently for the past 18 months. What you are watching on the surface is stage 6 levels below what CNN and Fox will ever tell you. Iran thought they had the upper hand. They were wrong. White Hat military intelligence had already mapped every single underground nuclear facility, every tunnel, every scientist, every handler. Why do you think Trump put specific people in specific positions? The deep state cabal needed World War III to happen. They needed the distraction. They needed the chaos to cover the Epstein files, the arrest, the exposure. But here's what they didn't count on. Delta Force operating with the United States Space Force and superintelligence technology that can see through walls, underground, through time and space. The same technology Tesla discovered. The same technology Trump's uncle John Trump studied and the military has been using in classified operations since the 1940s. The World War III narrative is controlled demolition of the deep state agenda. What looks like war is the operation. Iran leadership is currently in panic mode. Certain generals have already been flipped. White hats inside Iran military are communicating. Nothing can stop what is coming. The nuclear threat is being dismantled from the inside out. While the media sells you fear, you're watching 6th generation warfare in real time. Most people will never understand they are inside the operation. Somewhere, Trump, Kash, Ezra are watching every move. The clock is ticking. It had to be this way. Military is the only way. White Hats Q on Telegram.
I'm very upbeat, guys. I am very upbeat. I am hopeful and praying that the news that we're hearing is accurate. And I'll start right there. Number bond contacts have been keeping me somewhat abreast of their meetings throughout the week. They're saying just, static. Some of the groups that had not heard anything have had some static. I just hope they're right. Rumors running around there from a few of my bond contacts. Now, what's going to be real, what's going to be not, we'll find out next week. I know we're tired of hearing next week. But they're reporting that a couple of them, the paymaster, the attorneys handling the bond redemption for some of the groups, have been funded and they're allowed to distribute next week. That's the rumor. I'm going to treat it as total rumor until somebody I personally know at a real shake their hand, have sat over dinner with them and eaten, friends that have their bond money from their paymasters or their attorneys and group attorneys in their account spendable. That's when I'm going to lose it and come out and do a really fun podcast. That's the rumor. The rumors are just running nuts from the bond side right now, that money in accounts for the leaders of the groups with supposedly very specific instructions on that distribution next week.
EBS, Emergency Broadcast System, on Telegram. And they have a date for what they think is the date of the emergency broadcast system. Whenever you see a date, remember, this is an event-driven war. We cannot ever really know the dates. The emergency broadcast system will introduce martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held. Now, that's part of NESARA. You can see to the right, I highlighted that part. Establishes new presidential and congressional elections. So all the House and then Senate people will get new elections within 120 days after NESARA's announcement. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber attacks on everything, internet down, communications cut, power grid possibly shut off. Hopefully we don't lose power, especially when we're coming up on summer and it's getting warmer. 10 days of disclosure, a single website, one web channel, broadcasting the truth 8 hours a day in a loop. The military will ensure that the masses get the food they need. Well, don't count on that. Just remember to stock your pantry and, get necessities, medications. Just keep things on hand that you think you might need. Okay, so here is John Michael Chambers with Ricardo Bossi, and they are talking about the big event that might possibly trigger the EBS to go off, martial law, 10 days of darkness, and how to prepare for that.
The big crash is closer than you may think. Trump will be universally blamed. Financial systems will implode. People will lose money. Corporations will go out of business. Certain cities, as Juan O'Savin has indicated, due to the bond debacle, will collapse. And some people may not get paid in pensions and perhaps other things. Stocks, investments, and pensions may be wiped out, varying degrees. Living standards for a period of time may plummet. Supply infrastructure will break down. Digital IDs, CBCs, UBI, and rationing will be implemented shortly after a brutal period of inactivity. Now, there's some potential bad that I just laid out. We're going to go into potential good that follows that. But I'd like you to weigh in on what I just commented upon, especially coming off the heels of a 1929 clear comp from President Trump by publishing that. That coupled with what I just said, what's your feedback on those subjects?
Yeah, that's an interesting summary that you've put into the bad category. I can actually identify most of that as pretty good. And people look at me and go, "You heartless bastard." No, not at all. Point number one, we've been telling people for years, prepare. And preparation is it's just insurance. Am I concerned if my car's damaged or written off in an accident? No, why? Because it's insured. If it wasn't insured, I'd be driving like a turtle to ensure safety. But I can live my life because the car's insured. As a metaphor, so to speak, right? Okay, so if you're prepared, now this comes down to self-reliance. Whose job is it to make sure that you've got money in the bank or you've got wealth? Yours. Whose job is it to have food in the pantry? Yours. Whose job is it to keep you healthy? Yours. But unfortunately, the whole world on this simple concept of self-reliance is let's trust government. Government will provide everything. No, just no. Now, let's get to somewhere that's really going to hurt people and say, well, how can you say that? Well, how about this? Your stocks and bonds will be worth nothing. That's not fair. That's my money. I worked for it. I invested it. Okay. Let's say that the underlying business model that has provided you a very comfortable return on your investment over many years and shipping it overseas. And that's the business model that has pumped up your portfolio. I think there's a term called proceeds of crime. You don't get to keep it. So if your stocks portfolio is predicated on a bunch of companies controlled by BlackRock, etc., and their corrupt practices produce proceeds of crime, then that money ain't yours anyway. It's corrupted money. It's blood money. So if it disappears, tough. Take it up with your corporation. Don't take it up with the sheriff that cleaned out the town, that cleaned out the crooked mine owner, the crooked brothel owner, the crooked pub owner. No. So you will lose money because guess what? It's proceeds of crime. Another example, the Masonic filth that runs most of the planet, certainly runs all of Australia. These people have houses and wealth and beyond your imagination. They're going to lose it all. They will lose it all. Proceeds of crime. Very simple. Oh, but you can't do that. Yeah, you can. Yes, you bloody can. And that's what's going to happen. And on top of that, excuse me, so pick a high-ranking member of the judiciary who's on the bench, can't be challenged. Well, guess what, mate? Every cent you've earned, proceeds of crime. So you, your bride, and your children will be going down to the local social security office or whatever you call it in your country, and you'll be drawing a stipend like everybody else because your properties are now gone. Now, what happens when all these properties come on the market? The price of the local housing is going to drop like a stone. Now, the overpriced ones, and we've been saying this for years, nothing new. The hopelessly overpriced properties, because that's the way they do it. They pump up the prices so they can claim whatever they can claim on it. They'll drop simply because the real value will now be paramount. The housing prices that are not overly inflated, they won't drop by much. They'll hold their value. It's just the inflated prices of real estate, for example, that will crash. Are people going to be out of food? Yep. We've been warning people about that too. For goodness sake, what you've got to do, ladies and gentlemen, and we've said this for years, and on the Green Room, my weekly show to the A1 people in Australia, we'll put up a little slide that says, here's how you prepare. This is the stuff you need in your cupboard. You need this, that, and the other. Put it in there, and we put it up. Do that. And then we also add, for goodness sake, put some aside for your idiot neighbour who isn't ready, and he comes to your door holding his 3 kids in his hand saying, do you have some milk so I can feed my family? So, of course, have some for them as well, to look after your immediate neighbourhood. Now, it is, and we also say this, it is not your job to save the country. You don't have to empty your pantry and give everything to the idiot next door. No. You'll just give him what you can afford to give him because you've got to look after your family. And here's again what we've been saying, and I don't mean to harp on this, but it's the story of Nehemiah out of the Bible. The Persians threw out the Babylonians. The Babylonian exile is finished. The walls surrounding Jerusalem had been destroyed, and the walls in the old days protected the city. Without walls, the cities were vulnerable. The walls had been destroyed for decades. And Nehemiah, who was I think a cupbearer, whatever that means, for Artaxerxes, I think if my memory, I think it's Artaxerxes. He went to Artaxerxes and said, I think God's telling me I've got to go repairs the walls to Jerusalem. So he gave him the resources to go in. Nehemiah had a look at Jerusalem, wandered around at night in secret to check the walls out, and then he saw the state of affairs, because they were under threat of attack all the time. He gathered everyone together and said, repair the wall, the city wall, that is immediately in front or beside your house. That's all you have to worry about, because every man knows that he will build a wall for his children that is impenetrable. And if you're building a wall for somebody else, eventually you're going to be tired and go, oh, yeah, okay, look, how about you look after your family? I'll look after mine. And that was a theory. So I think it was 52 days, because every family was looking after the wall in front of or in adjacent to their own home. Jerusalem had the walls back up again and could protect themselves against their adversaries. And as they repaired the walls, they had a shovel in one hand and their weapon in the other because they were under attack. So these were tough times. So the same principle operates here and now. Look after yourself, look after those either side of you, but that's about it, because some Masonic piece of filth hasn't got enough milk in his fridge. That's his problem to solve. Now, I don't mean to sound brutal, but I'm going to tell you, it's going to be very easy to say no to any neighbors that come to me and say, can you give us some stuff? No, not happening. Not happening. We'll give you a little bit, but we've got enough for our family. Now, how long is it going to last? Is it going to last? Is it going to happen? Yes, it will. But this is a good thing, because the entire edifice of our economy is corrupted. There is nothing about the global economy that is the least bit laudable. Nothing. Above a certain level. And this applies in your town, in your state, in your country, and around the world. Above a certain level, you will not be allowed to succeed unless you sell your soul. And I mean that literally, not metaphorically. You can run the local corner store and have a comfortable living, but if you try to franchise that and get it out there and make a gazillion bucks, very quickly you'll meet the people who really run the economy. It is all proceeds of crime. The entire edifice must come down. It must crash. It will hurt. That's I'm not saying that with any sense of joy. It's just a necessity. It is just a necessity. Mm-hmm. There will be pain. Nobody, me and John included, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to come out of this and go, oh my God, I didn't see that coming. We didn't see it all coming. All of us are going to get hurt one way or another. And it might be a physical shock, like you've lost your years of investment, or just the moral wound of the depravity of the people when some of the truly gruesome stuff comes out and you're nearly sick to your stomach that people could do that to other people. And so in terms of just the depression and the food queues and the rest of it, yeah, buckle up. Buckle up. We've said it again and again and again and again. And if you didn't hear it, well, I'm sorry. But we have shouted this from the rooftops for a long time. A1's been specifically working very hard on this everywhere we go. You can only do your best. And when it all comes down, you're going to pay the price for not paying attention.
Here is another post from Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. And it says, important update confirmed. NESARA announcement is imminent. Now, I don't think NESARA will be announced until after the EBS. Until after all the stuff comes out. That's just my opinion. This is an event-driven war, and that makes sense to me as far as events. One thing has to preclude another. So I think we have to have the lockdown, and people need to be shown the evidence and the TV documentaries and everything first. And then NESARA announced officially, and all the other things that come after that. This marks the official start of the new system and the end of the old world structure. EBS will follow globally, all screens, all channels, one broadcast. Full disclosure will be shown in sequenced documentaries to awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window is being prepared to secure the broadcast phase. During this period, truth will be delivered without interruption. QFS is already active in the background. Global trust funds are seized. Cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for return to the people. Central banks have been migrated. ISO 20022 is live. All transactions are traceable. Corruption has no place to hide. This is the final transition stage. The old market structure cannot survive what comes next. Stay calm, stay alert. Everything is about to change. April 17th, John. 19 Amish families walked into my wife's bank and withdrew every dollar they had in cash without saying a word. She's been a teller for 23 years and had never seen anything like it. But this didn't start that day. It started about 6 months ago. The Amish in our area began acting differently. Stopped selling firewood, started buying large amounts of building materials, closed schools early, stopped selling goods to outsiders, quietly pulled back from the outside world. Important, Amish communities don't usually coordinate like this. Each family makes its own decisions, but this time they were all moving in the same direction, quietly without panic. The next day, I went to my neighbor, Jacob Byler, for the first time in 8 years. He opened up. He told me that 6 months ago, their bishop received a package from a man in Montana. Inside was a detailed manual about living without electricity, without the system, completely self-reliant. The man had lived like that for 10 years and documented everything. He believed most people wouldn't believe what's coming. Those not dependent on the system will make it through, and that the Amish should share this knowledge while there's still time. The bishop shared it with every family one by one over 4 months. That's why they changed everything and why they pulled their money out of the banks. Jacob gave me a shorter version, a video from the same man. My wife and I watched it. The next morning, we withdrew all our money, started preparing immediately. I scrapped my $4,200 generator. It wouldn't actually help. I realized even our stored food wasn't practical. My kids think I've lost my mind, but I've never been more certain. When an entire Amish community, people who don't panic, don't rush, and don't follow trends, quietly takes action like this, something serious is happening. And there's a passage from Proverbs 27:12. The prudent see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the penalty. Interesting story. Never thought about what the Amish are up to. And they have their own way of finding out things. So personally, I don't think it's going to be that bad because I have a lot of faith that the White Hats have done as much as they can to prepare for the reset. But it's always good to be over-prepared. This is from a Telegram channel called Tribunals and Executions, and it's from today, April 18th. Former IRS Special Agent Joseph Bannister explains why he hasn't paid taxes since 1998, alleging that the IRS has been engaged in fraud for decades and needs to be investigated. So many of us are starting to learn that the income tax is unconstitutional. And as part of NISARA, we should see some changes. And we've heard that Trump is suggesting there won't be any more income taxes. And I really believe that. So that's good news. But here is the video clip of this IRS special agent, Joseph Bannister.
You went to trial. You won that trial. Are you worried you'll be prosecuted again?
No, actually, there were 2 criminal investigations against me over the years. One from 2001 to 2004, and then another one in 2010. And all the while, not filing a tax return, and not out of some sense of civil disobedience. Of course, my investigation indicated that I didn't have a filing requirement. I confronted my IRS supervisors about the evidence that I gathered, and they told me to hit the road, to leave and not discuss any of my questions. So all these years I've had to go with what I knew to be true as a certified public accountant and for my own life. And the fact is, the same fact pattern would fit with most Americans, although I don't tell people what to do. But for myself, since I was a link in the chain of putting people in prison over the income tax, I felt that I had to, absolutely speak up about it. The IRS didn't want to talk about it, and so that's basically how the last 26 years have gone for me.
You don't have to identify them, but I'm curious. I mean, when you are in a work setting, you have coworkers, you have colleagues, you often make friends with people that you're around in an office environment. Do you ever still communicate with people who work at the IRS? And if so, what are those communications like?
They don't really understand the issue. They either dodge it or they just have no clue that it's even going on. They just want to speak, IRS speak. And so I have to, I remember how to speak that way. So I basically have to just, deal with people that don't realize what they're doing is illegal. The IRS has to literally lie to their own computer systems to achieve assessments. I've coined the term the 1040A scam. And I certainly wish, Congressman, you were still in Congress, or you still can get into the Attorney General's chair, because you would absolutely find computer fraud that the IRS is engaged in on a daily basis for decades. And it needs to be investigated and prosecuted. It's absolutely illegal. And that's why I didn't want to go along with it any longer.
Trump ends tax on Social Security. America's seniors finally keep what they earned. There should never have been tax on Social Security. I mean, you can't, it's like double taxation. Eventually, I think we're going to have no income tax, period. So we'll see what happens. And it is part of Nasara. So. Okay, this is a post from Bioclandestine on Telegram. And it's regarding Iran and also uranium. That the uranium dust, that nuclear dust that they are collecting. So he says Trump's blockade worked. Iran felt the squeeze, wisely surrendered, agreed to help Trump, U.S. military demine, and to not sabotage the Strait of Hormuz. Then Trump told Israel they are prohibited from bombing Lebanon. Now, I think they might be still bombing Lebanon. I don't know. They're crazy. Stock markets surging, oil prices falling. Turns out Trump knew exactly what he was doing, and every single anti-Trump narrative just went up in flames. Are you not entertained? And he says, take notice of who is quiet right now. Go look at the pages of Alex Jones, Dave Smith, Candace Owens, Ian Carroll, Megyn Kelly, Mike Flynn, the rest of the loudmouth traders. What do you notice? Most of them haven't even posted, and all of them are silent about the news. Trump not only secured the Strait of Hormuz, he told Israel to stand down and that they are prohibited from bombing Lebanon. The whole Trump is owned by the Jews narrative just went up in flames. This is a psyop to pull a lot of the Democrats to a new party. And because there's not going to be, their party isn't going to exist anymore. And eventually it'll be, there won't be parties. But again, this is a psyop to steer people in the right direction and get them off of the whole socialist, TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, and give them a place to go. The Dems now find themselves in an extremely disadvantageous position. Gas prices are going down. The stock market is recovering. Global energy trade now runs through the U.S., and Trump is going to get all the credit. Positive optics heading into the midterms. And there was no forever war, and Trump proved that he is a far superior commander-in-chief than any of his predecessors. Trump proved he's not like the corrupt presidents of the past. And that's because he was handpicked by the White Hats. And, again, this is an operation, military operation. And a lot of what Trump does is scripted out, I believe. Trump proved that he knows what he's doing, and all the critics have no leg to stand on. Now the Dems are staring down the barrel. Trump is headed into the midterms with a full head of steam, and anti-Trump narratives busted. Maximum positive optics, public support, combined with his promise to secure elections with voter ID, the Dems are in trouble. And again, going back to Nasara in there, it says that elections have to be secure. So this is something that has to happen. And regarding the nuclear dust, here's the post from President Trump. The USA will get all nuclear dust created by our great B-2 bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. This deal is in no way subject to Lebanon either, but the USA will separately work with Lebanon and deal with the Hezbollah situation in an appropriate manner. Israel hopefully will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. I don't trust that they won't do that. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump. So, regarding uranium, everyone has been asking what Iran has to do with draining the swamp and holding deep state U.S. politicians accountable. What if the single most damning piece of evidence against the deep state Obama administration was sitting underneath the rubble at Fordo? The uranium. And here's a reminder, through nuclear forensics, radioactive material can be traced to its origin, down to the exact site it was mined from, meaning that once Trump gets his hands on the uranium, he would be able to determine exactly who supplied Iran with uranium. Could be important. Remember the whole Uranium 1 scandal. And there was a whole operation with Hillary and, the 16-year plan. She was going to, they sold the uranium, I think illegally, to Russia. And then they were going to, I think they took some of it and they kept it, and they were going to blow up a U.S. city and blame it on Russia because they were going to trace the uranium back to Russia from that sale. That did not happen. But maybe some of it went to Iran. Maybe there was a secondary plan. So if we can get that nuclear dust and it can be traced forensically back to the Obama administration and the sale of Uranium 1, possibly with Hillary, well, that's very traitorous. And that's just a piece of the evidence that shows this giant RICO case, collusion, conspiracy that's not a theory, it's real, to take over this country from within, to bring about a nuclear war. That's what they wanted, and that's why they built all those tunnels and bunkers and everything underground. But the White Hats, when Trump was elected in 2016, that put a stop to their plan. Edward Snowden on Telegram exposed $127 billion in gold discovered inside Iran vaults. Documents show Obama and Clinton moved it there through Swiss and Chinese banks. Explosive documents reveal $127 billion in gold reserves hidden in hardened underground vaults beneath Tehran, Isfahan, Shiraz, and Mashhad in Iran. This hoard never belonged to the Iranian regime. Globalist operators moved it there. From 2009 to 2016 under Barack Obama, Swiss banks served as main transit hubs while Chinese institutions completed the legs. Shell companies like those in Clinton Foundation operations provided the cover. The timeline confirms the plot. Obama took office in 2009 and flows accelerated. By 2010, Iran shifted to physical gold. Volume exploded from 2012 to 2015 during JCPOA talks. Officially, the administration claimed to isolate Iran. Privately, the networks routed hundreds of tons through Zurich and Chinese desks into IRGC facilities. Vaults sit next to nuclear and missile sites. Isfahan combines uranium plants with gold storage. The chambers are deep underground, resistant to strikes and EMPs, guarded by Quds Force. Hidden reserves give the mullahs power beyond official figures. At April 2026 gold prices near $4,800 per ounce, this reflects the Obama-era transfers. The gold funds proxies and programs, terrorist programs, without traceable revenue. Clinton's Swiss links are clear, with intermediaries tied to foundation donors. Chinese banks integrated it to challenge dollar dominance. This was a globalist plan to weaken America, creating deniable war chests in enemy states. President Trump saw the threat in his first term, applying maximum pressure, returning in 2025 and escalating in 2026. The gold-backed Iranian defiance. February strikes left deep vaults untouched, with reinforcements ongoing. The pattern mirrors moves empowering Russia and China. Obama officials enabled the transfers. The hoard finances Hezbollah, Hamas, and Houthis attacking U.S. interests in 2025 and 2026. American families bear higher costs and service member sacrifices. The Trump team targets the chain with sanctions and intelligence for neutralization. This $127 billion fortress proves the 2009 to 2016 8-year betrayal, advancing a borderless order. President Trump directs full exposure. The gold will no longer fund wars against America, but end the networks. The battle for these chambers decides globalist betrayal or American strength. Trump ensures victory. In my opinion, I think that's why we have a lot of troops over there and more coming, because there's a lot to clean up. I think maybe transferring that gold or clearing out tunnels underground, child trafficking, and not just in Iran. I mean, those tunnels go to Israel and places like that.
All right. Schumann resonance. A couple nights ago, spiked massively. All right. And the next day, there were earthquakes, and we felt them here. Right. The house was shaken, and we weren't making it shake. earthquakes were making a shake. So I called out once I saw the, if you see that flower arrangement that's a little bit old now. So that flower arrangement was going, and I could see the ceiling doing this. And I got up out of my chair and I was like, Tracy, time to get out. And she was like, up. Before I could make it into the living room, she was already up from downstairs, and she was ready to go, and then it stopped. So that was a good thing. But it was pretty significant. We're seeing an uptick. We're seeing earthquake swarms like we saw yesterday in an area of Nevada, and I'm going to show you some of that. We're going to have some of the stuff on that is basically going to, we have to be aware of this stuff. Have to be heads up. I've been predicting this stuff is going to really kick in this year. Hopefully not, but it's better to be aware and ready than just blow it off and think that everything's going to just be fine, right? Schumann resonance, like you see here, that's incredible. So normally it's up around here. It spiked massively on the 13th or the 12th. I think it was the 12th. Yep, it's the 12th. And the next day, the 13th, which is yesterday, that's when we had the rock and roll, right? So definitely something we need to be aware of right now. Now, I'm going to show you a picture. Tracy took this before the earthquake, and we had a big snow here. We're making up for all of the snow that we didn't get. So we're getting, mid-March, because it can happen here. I've seen it, snow here in May. I've seen it snow here in June. But a good thing, we're getting much needed snow. And as you guys can see out the window, there's still a lot of it. So look at these icicles that Tracy. So this is on the second floor. Now all of those ice, I have a picture of it, but I don't have it loaded. But all of those icicles, when it started shaking, they came rocking down, right? Crazy times. You need to be heads up. Like I said, been saying this for all this year. And, I saw a vision of this home shaking pretty substantially. Was that it? I don't know. But I hope that was it. But, these are going to be times where you need to have a plan. And my plan is to try and get out to the garage and open the garage door before it gets locked from all the shaking and the power going out. And we have lots of stuff up there for survival, water and survival food and all that kind of stuff. So I just pile it in and just earth-centric relationship. And every time we get this, we usually have an uptick in earthquake activity. So that big coronal hole that's caused earthquakes in the past, so it rotates around, then we get a little break, and it comes back again, and then we get a significant uptick in earthquakes. We're already getting an uptick in earthquakes, and there's a very great possibility that the juice from that is really going to make things get funky, right? So just be heads up. We just saw some serious activity here. I've been living on and off in this area for a long time, and I've never seen any earthquakes of that magnitude here. So, like I've said, things are going to start to uptick this year, right? Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So, on the road here in Dallas, Texas, doing a LifeWave event. And really good information. The Dallas group is like phenomenal. Everybody's like totally tapped in. People of Texas are amazing. So U.S. must have the elections this fall, or there will be a massive revolt. All right. So we're moving in the direction where we're going to get free elections, free and fair. But if they're not, there will be a revolt. All right. Conservatives have been very patient. We've been, working with other groups to move towards, resolving, issues that are happening in our country. The infiltration of the deep state is, has everyone's pretty much aware of it now. You have 70 to 80% of people now want the SAVE Act to go through, but Congress is dragging its feet. You have probes that are supposed to be going at, after John Brennan. He should be, put away by now, but the Senate's dragging its feet on it. So we're not going to put up with this much longer. We're not going to put up with this much longer. All right. So there must be probably an executive order or a suspension of habeas corpus like President Lincoln did. Something will happen or the people will get involved, and that will be ugly. Right. We will not allow the Democrats to come back in. They've already said that they're going to come they're going to take everything back, and they're going to come after us in a way that's going to just shut everything down. We'll never ever get back in power again. We, being conservative people that love our country, we will not let that happen. Right? There will be an absolute revolt. Right? It's not going to happen. All right. So this has to move forward. Now, President Trump and other people drop tidbits of info. They do information probes to see where the population is, to see how they respond to different things. A good example is where, they had the thing where President Trump went after the Pope. And we all know that the Pope in the Vatican and, the Catholic Church, for a great extent, is completely corrupt. Right? This is not anything new to those of us that are awake. So he basically, poked that bear, and he wanted to see how people would respond. And I think for the most part, we're seeing a good response. All right. So these are things that happen. We saw the blast off of the spaceship that no one believes in. Whatever happened with that, if that was real. This whole technology, I heard Carrie Cassidy, she's an expert in this field. She's like, what? Who cares? It's old technology. We know that we have very, very advanced technology. And I'm of the same opinion. I'm part of the secret space program, have been since I was a kid, have memories of all that stuff. I've been talking about it. Hundreds of people have been talking about it for a long time. We have been to the moon, where it's a satellite. There's an empty, moon base there. There is, Mars, every Saturn, around the moons of Saturn. I've talked about all this, and so have a lot of the people. So we have the technology, but they probe. They see where people are at, and there was a huge pushback from people that don't even believe we went to the moon. Right? We've been to the moon. There's moon base. There's surface dwelling. There's all kind of crazy stuff that's already going on the moon. So we do little probes. We, me, other, truthers. All the truthers are on board with all this. I look at some of the truthers put information out there, and I'm like, oh God. So, and it's, it's a process of bringing people to greater realization of different things. But if they do a probe and people are, massively against, something and don't believe in something on a massive scale, they're just going to pull back. Right? We're not going to get full disclosure. We're not going to get, we're working with ETs. We're not going to get all the stuff that, and we have an ET race that's pretty much controlling the Earth right now. A negative ET race controls the Earth. So, of course, they control that information. They control the Vatican, and they control the city of London, and they, to a great extent, up until President Trump got in office, they controlled D.C., the three city-states, right? So President Trump has turned at least the city-state of Washington, D.C. around, and, probably not completely, of course. We have, Congress and the Senate that needs to be cleaned out, right? And we have been told for, decades upon decades that the way we get, things right is we vote, the good people in. Well, we know that people are being, selected. We're not selecting them, but through our vote, they're being selected to get in the position so they can create fraud and steal from us and create our military, which has been used by the deep state for decades, right? So all of that's being turned around. That's what's happening in Iran. It's basically going after the deep state's main source. So talking about Draco reptilians, Iran's full of them, right? So portals and all kind of bullshit going on there. So President Trump is going in to shut all that shit down. So a lot of people don't have any clue about this. It's okay. You know, you don't have to know everything. I don't know everything. Probably President Trump doesn't know everything, right? But to a great extent, he does, and the group that's with him does as well. So a lot of people that are informed see this as our last ditch chance, basically, to take back our country and the world, right? I believe it's going to happen, but you know, I see little setbacks in the consciousness of humanity. So I have to point that out because it is very important that we as a whole, we the people as a whole, the world, start to push back on the evil controllers. Right. All right. So Iran must fall. All right, I've said it over and over again. You know, President Trump has been squeezing, taking out their leadership, taking out their, you know, their Navy, their Air Force, and their missile batteries, and you know, air defense, and so forth and so on. Took out their nuclear, which was their nuke capacity was going to be used by the deep state to basically control anyone that got out of line. And President Trump was dropping those hints where Meloni, who is the you know, head of Italy, she came out and said she was very critical of President Trump going after Pope, who butters her bread, right? Who's her money daddy, right? So that's what she has to do, because obviously she seems to be not the same person anymore. That's what Trump said, right? You know, she doesn't seem to be the same person anymore. So that's very interesting, because we see some of these people get replaced, or some of these people get their chains yanked hard, right? So which was it for her? Maybe both. I don't know. And so Trump has said, "Hey, the Pope, you know, you don't think we should be going after Iran? They could launch a missile." So he's telling everybody, you know, what was going to come, what was going to be the control system, right? So Italy gets out of line, Meloni says the wrong thing, and they're like, "Oh, we're going to nuke you." And then somebody would have got nuked, right? Maybe somebody's still going to get nuked. I don't know. So, you know, it's a lot of people say there's never been nukes before. I don't agree with that, but because I used to work with the nukes myself, the backpack nukes, I was going to jump one of those suckers in if things got out of control in Russia. But you know, some people just aren't going to understand or believe or whatever. That's okay, right? But know that some of us that know what's going on. Some of us know, like I was told when I came across country and I met a gentleman on my way over, just happened to. He told me that what you're revealing is really good about the space program. The space program is very, very advanced, 100 years more than most people understand. And we are in space. I was like, wow, thank you for that. So baloney, yeah, absolutely, truther. Right, so in their song, something like that. But baloney. All right, so you know, we have to overcome a lot of this ridiculousness, and we will, right? One way or another. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you. All right, so it's you know, very frustrating for a lot of us that reveal information. I had Patty Greer on just recently, and we talked about the crop circles, and she was kind of hesitant. She was like, you know, maybe I shouldn't talk about the crop circles, right? So I was like, come on. She must have been intuiting something, because when we talked and we shared that on Amazon or her crop circle stuff, she said that after our show, for the first time in 15 years, she could not access her accounts. They closed her down, right? So these are some of the things that, you know, we all go through. They come after, you know, our ability to earn income, to, you know, influence and so forth. We get spanked if we start an influence on a certain level. But you know, great for Patty Greer. She pushed the envelope and went out there and did it again. And now they awakened everybody, she awakened everybody back to crop circles again, that it is information that's being shared with us with higher consciousness beings and so forth. Now, I think that it's tied to the secret space program stuff. I think the deep state basically got hold of some of that, and they're controlling as much as they can. I think the negative ETs basically have helped them out quite a bit. But we've had a lot of people that have come through and shared information. A lot of them are gone, right? Some of them are still around. They know how to, like Bob Lazar. It's like, oh, that alien thing that I saw through the window, it could have been just a dummy. I'm not sure that it was actually an alien. Now, he told other people that it was. He was absolutely sure it was an alien. But, when he comes out and speaks in public, he backs off that. And now I know a lot of you out there, and I've heard this, when I release stuff as well, you're like, you should be releasing that stuff. It's like, yeah, I want to stay alive. All right. You get a nice little tidbit of information and I'm dead. No, I'm not going to share everything. So that's where a lot of us are. We can't give you everything because they show us what happens when people give up really good information. They're suicided. They die mysteriously. They have heart attacks, all kind of crazy stuff. So heart attack machine. Talking about the heart attack machine, they used it on me. It didn't work, right? So, but they've used other things, and that didn't work either. So, like Bob Lazar and other people have said, we seem to be protected, right? So, I think that is actually, in my case, that's what's happening. And I look at Carrie Cass. I've seen her get hammered. You can see when she's been hammered. She's like, every show she does, she seems like she's getting hammered. I don't know. If it's not in her internet, it's some other way. So I talk about how she's gotten hammered. So I think physically been hammered, and she talks about that as well. So it is frustrating, trying to put this information out there, and then you get, half the population or more doesn't get it at all, and attack you and say it's all bullshit. Yeah, we've never been to the moon. It's like, that's bullshit. We've been to the moon, all right? And so you're like, well, how do we get through the Van Allen belt? We had help, all right? Somebody helped some of those Apollo missions get through, guys, all right? And, well, I heard that the ET said they couldn't go back there and get the hell out of there, reptilians. And it's like, yeah, they probably did. That's probably why we backed up. I don't know. But there is a lot of stuff that is, like I said, very, very advanced. I've seen some advanced stuff, but, the stuff I saw was like only 25 years more advanced. And it's like, the stuff that I saw way back is like, already come out, like the GPS stuff, right? GPS stuff was like, I was working with that stuff when they first started putting up satellites, right? So, and that was back in, the early 80s, right? I was working with lasers, laser target designators, where we would laser target and they would drop a bomb way in a distance, and it would have a cone that would basically seek that signal, and we'd light up a target and it would like see it and it'd go in and blow it up. All right. So, and then they were like, doing it from a cockpit. Then they started doing it from the cockpit. The pilots were doing it. And now it's like the technology is way more advanced. All right. Laser. No, that's old school stuff. So, but they still talk about, blasting off. They show us a blast off of the rockets. Portaling, that's, how they have those rings that are in every city. In London, they're building like a whole bunch of rings in Miami now. I'm like, geez, they're like going to portal out the whole city through them, or bring some negatives in through those portals. But those portals are going to be the way we're going to travel in the future, right? So every city is going to have a portal, and people will go through the portal to another city, to the moon. I don't know why we go to the moon. There's nothing really there. It's a base with multiple different ET groups, as well as humans. And would you go to Venus? Would you like to go to Venus? And because I've talked about going to Venus myself, it's quite fantastic. I have a home in one of my lives in the secret space program on one of the moons in Saturn. So there's lots of stuff that we're going to be exposed to. But when you have half the population like a pack of hyenas, that's all bullshit. It's like, well, we're still not advanced, enough for them to reveal more. So they'll give a little tidbit info, and they're checking to see where the current state of humanity and their consciousness is at. If they look around and it's like yes, we're going back to the moon, good, or we never even been to the moon, bullshit. And so, okay, we're not gonna go forward, all right, in that project. So let's go over here. Let's see if we can expose the deep state within China, or the deep state in Iran, or the deep state in NATO, or the deep state here, and see what the how the public responds to that. Or let's talk about how we're going to do the SAVE Act and see how the public responds to that. Like 70, 80, almost 80% of people are like, pass that thing. And they're like, okay, that's good. So we can push on that. And so that's what they're doing. They're pushing the SAVE Act. All right, you got John Thune and some of these other buffoons that are in there that are trying to resist it. And they're being exposed. They're being exposed so everybody can see. Why is it that, and everybody's thinking and talking, why is it that 70%, even Democrats want to, people to show up and show their identity and that they're U.S. citizens, even Democrats. And so they're like, everybody's being exposed. There you go. Everybody wants it done, but they can't get it passed. Why is that? All right. So that's part of the exposure. And that's what we have to see. All right. So now another thing that I had Peter Tickton. All right, Peter Tickton. Let me share the screen. He was great. We had a poor connection. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to talk too much. I just let him run, and boy, he's like said everything. I was like, and everybody in the chat was like, just let him talk. I was like, yeah, that's all I can do. And he did. He just went over all the points that he wants to get solved and, get advanced if he becomes Attorney General. So, he goes all the way back to, high school with President Trump. They were in military academy together. So he's quite a stunning gentleman. Now, a lot of you were like, I wouldn't say a lot, but there were a few comments in there that he's old. Let's get somebody new. No. You have to be old to understand these systems and the problems that are there, right? He's like 15 years. He's only 15 years older than I am. I'm 65 and he's 80. Trump is 79. It takes a while to work through the bullshit, guys, to figure it out and then work through it. He's got a great plan. He's very focused. He says, he talks about Hillary Clinton. He's like, basically saying, he knows that all these people died. He's like, what good is all the money? So he's like, he's very successful, just like Trump. I don't know if at that level, but he has a very successful law business. And he's like, I don't need this, but what good is all the money that I have if we don't have a country? I was like, and everybody's like, wow, that was a good point, right? What good is our country if we continue to allow these savages that are trying to come in and control our country to steal our votes? Again, one more time. This is the last time, right? If it gets stolen again, all right, there will be an arising, right? That's an indicator that they have failed completely. And we have been very patient. We've been waiting. We've been in the wings. What help do you need? How do we support this going forward? If it gets stolen again, guys, it's the end. So you need to start to talk about that, right? I'm talking about that. And that needs to go all the way up. So Trump hears that. The Trump team hears that. And they're like, okay, we don't want that. All right. We don't want them to take matters into their own hands. They gave us the green light to do it. All right. To do what we need to do to make sure that election is clean and pure, right? Clean and pure Maybe like the last election, they'll like let some states be exposed again, like California, Illinois, New York, so that the people in those states can see, because New York is obviously still compromised. Look at New York City. They just voted in a freaking communist that promised them everything and hasn't delivered on any of them, right? It's why is he still there, right? He promised you guys all that stuff, New Yorkers, and why is he still there, right? You guys need to figure that out, right? You need to like get together and push back. So that's one of the things that we're seeing. We'll continue to see that until people start to get together, work together to overcome this crippling bullshit that's infiltrated throughout our whole country, every county, every state, everywhere. Right. So we're seeing a little bit of cleanup here and there, but another. I promise you, if that November election, if they let that go through and it gets stolen, that's it. All right. We'll see what happens. And it's not going to be pretty. All right. So that's my thoughts on that. That's my thoughts. All right. Who knows? Maybe I'm just full of shit. It'll get stolen and then no one do anything. And then we'll just, we'll have to, you see all these people that are running from America right now, because they know they're corrupt and they're very bad, right? We have a lot of people that have run from United States, and then we have people that are coming to the United States, like Canadians, by massive numbers. Now, John Thune, Senate has delayed weaponization, prosecutors, and John Brennan probe for 2 months. So this is very easily handled. Now, a lot of us have said that John Brennan will be the first major one to go. Now, we just saw Swalwell. We just saw Swalwell get taken down. He was huge. He was going to run for governor, and they probably would have inserted him as governor of California. And Swalwell is like as corrupt as they can be. And so that got exposed. And of course, they're like, you take one of ours, we take one of yours. So we gave him Gonzalez from Texas, where I'm at right now. So Gonzalez is just as bad, as not worse than, a lot of these guys. And Swalwell is one of them, right? So both those guys are gone, or will be, or who knows? Maybe they just said they're going to go and they're still there. I don't know, guys. What a shit show we got for our government right now. But, they're supposedly, done. They resigned. So what does resignation mean? Does it mean that they're gone in November? Or is it gone next month, this month? What does it mean? So we haven't seen that. So is that a domino thing? That needs to be a domino thing. We need to start seeing these guys get taken down left and right now, and pick up in speed. And I think that's a possibility. But, again, they just did that, and they're checking the pulse of America, and they're saying, do you guys like that? Do you want more of that? All right. We'll see. I want more of that. I want massive amounts of that. What do you guys think? We, the people, decide. All right. Earlier this year, the U.S. Justice Department asked 2 Senate committees to provide transcripts and records of contacts with former CIA Director John Brennan regarding the now discredited Russia collusion allegations, which basically Trump's, first term was like just hammered by this bullshit. Before he even got into office, they're trying to push this and get his election annulled. All right. But he was able to, push through all that and finally get in office. And then they just kept hammering him over and over again, trying to impeach him twice. It was quite a shit show. All right. We watched it. We're like, what a shit show. And then they came in with the bioweapon, COVID-19 bullshit. And then had the mail-in ballots, and that's how they stole the election before the last one, 2020. It's not over yet. So we have a lot of stuff that's being revealed about that one as well. So 2 months later, the body run by Republican Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who is a bad boy and needs to go bye-bye, has not complied. slowing the key angle of the grand jury investigation based in Fort Pierce, Florida, into whether Obama and Biden era government officials engaged in a conspiracy to weaponize law enforcement and intelligence tools to harm President Trump and his followers, right? And they did a pretty jam-up job when they had their Joe Biden, right? And his crackhead son, Hunter, who's like left the United States because he's under threat of being arrested. But you can run, but you can't hide. So eventually that boy will be pulled back if he hasn't already stood some time in Guantanamo. I don't know, but I think maybe he has. So they're going to continue to push and squeeze and narrow the escape routes and cut everything down. I just saw recently and people are bitching about it, where President Trump is like, yeah, maybe we'll allow those surveillance cameras to stay a little bit. Right? Why would that be? So they keep an eye on those. But then, of course, you have those people testing the waters. Then you have those people who are like, oh, this bullshit. Is like, well, you didn't complain when they were put up to begin with, obviously, because they're up. And so now you want to complain because President Trump is going to have them stay a little while. Stay a little while longer. So if it stays a little while longer, we can keep track of these criminals that are trying to get away. I think that's really why he wants to keep that there and keep track of criminals that are doing all kinds of bad things. All right. So that's my take on that. Now, if you want to just look at everything that Trump, like the deep state does, and the press and the corrupt politicians and all the people throughout the world that screw you, Macron and all those other people that are out there that like criticize our president. You're criticizing because it's coming for you, right? And it's just a matter of time. All right, so we're going to continue to see these things. We'll see a little bit of a info test, probing, info probes. So start keeping an eye on those guys. So now that you understand why President Trump does those, hopefully most of you did anyway. I think I'm just preaching to the choir right now, but I think there's probably still some people out there who don't get it. That's why I just kind of Navy SEAL, 24 years, 11 years CIA, and like maybe I know a few things. I don't know. Maybe. All right. So the stock market decided to go big. Now, why is that? You've been following me for a little while. You know that oil goes down, stocks go up. All right. So oil went down really big because President Trump and supposedly Iran. Now, how many times have I told you that Iran and the Shiites, the shits as I call them, they're very corrupt. They're very evil. They're about as wicked as they can be. They're like Nazis on steroids. They're forcing some issues that have to be resolved. Hezbollah, Hamas, and of course in Iran, they're a minority. How do they get so much damn power? Because they're violent and they're psychopaths. Whereas most of Muslims are very peaceful. Most, not all. So you're like, well, the Sunni are like so peaceful. Yeah. They're so peaceful they can be, told to like give part of their money to terrorist organizations like CARE and all these other ones that basically support terrorism, right, throughout the world. So that's how that works. So all the Muslims in the United States and all across the world basically have to give certain amounts of their money to these organizations that basically fund terrorism. Hello. All right. So, yeah, that's not good. That's not good. So, yeah, they're peaceful, but they're manipulatable to the point where they can, I guess it's kind of like the United States. We get taxed and property taxed and all that bullshit. And they use that to basically go against us, pay for these illegal aliens to come in and take over our countries. All right. So, yeah, the taxation is a bad thing. It's across the board, who knows? Maybe the Sunni, because remember, who was Osama bin Laden? He was a Sunni from Saudi Arabia, right? And Saudi Arabia, for the most part, not as much anymore. They have softened quite a bit because the women folk like put pressure on them. We want to drive, and so no, you can't drive. You're a woman. It's like bullshit. And so women got out and drove, and now I don't know if they're allowed to drive now, but I remember that was a big thing in Saudi Arabia many years ago. They didn't want to wear their burqas. I don't think they got away with getting rid of that one, but Saudi Arabia, you're like, well, in the United States, we have all these mosques, and in Texas, don't mess with Texas. Well, the Muslims are at Texans big time, right? Even though your governor acts like he's, pushing back on them, but they still are building more mosques in Texas than anywhere else. Probably anywhere else in the world. I don't know. Maybe. Let's do a study on that. Let's send taxpayer money to Texans taxpayer money to do a study on, how many mosques are being built all over the world, and is Texas making more mosques than anywhere else in the world? And then they'll come back and it's like, yes, Texas is making more mosques than anywhere else in the world. It took us $100 million to figure that out, right? So corruption. Everywhere you look, it's pathetically disgusting, right? And we have to clean it up. And if we believe that these idiots will allow us to vote them out and vote somebody good in with the old system that's been manipulating us for decades, we are morons, right? It ain't going to happen. So that's why we have to start to push until we get a free and fair election this November. And if it doesn't happen, the pushing's going to get real severe on the other side of that. All right. So those people that are involved in making that happen, there's a lot of people out there that are really doing great work out there, setting examples. I've had some of them on my show. It's going to take all of us getting together and making sure this happens. All right. So let's look at what happened with the stock market on Friday when Trump said that the Iranians have said that they are going to let the Strait of Hormuz be open again, right? And so the stock market went, oh my God, let's go up. We've been holding back so long. Although April 1st, when that spaceship went out in space, same date, right? So all these things were happening. Was it a distraction? What happened? Stock market went up from that point to all-time highs. NASDAQ and the S&P hit all-time highs the day before, I think Thursday, and on Friday, of course, they hit another massive all-time high. The S&P was having all kinds of problems, going over 7,000. Look at that. It's 7,000. Look at that big pump. Woo! Big pump, right? So it pumped, and it went high. It went way over 7,000, which was resistance. The NASDAQ also went to all-time highs. The Dow looked like it was trying to do it on Friday. It was getting close to over 50,000, but it pulled back a little bit. Maybe somebody knew that something would happen today, right? So Bitcoin is down. Maybe they know something because it was up big. And so, we'll have to see. We're going to have to see if President Trump can come back and work his magic again, the art of the deal. Will it happen on Monday? Because if not, you're going to see that stock market go down again, right? So I've said that the stock market would go to ridiculously new highs, but I said it would probably pull back 10 to 20%. Well, it got a little bit down below 10%, and then it said, all right, let's go back up. President Trump is talking sweet magic. He's got the gift of the gab, and so art of the deal. And we went up from from lows to new highs. highs, all right? And so these will not be the highs and then I go back down. We will go to ridiculous highs, like I've said for quite some time. We'll probably see a pullback, and then we'll go to ridiculous highs, right? So we saw a pullback. It's not as deep as I would have liked it, but it is what it is, all right? Because President Trump is like, he get to the gab, right? So it's like, yeah, we're talking to the Iranians, and they're going to work with us. And that guy, Mike Jaco, you know, he spent all that time over there. You know, he's a pretty smart guy, but yeah, Trump probably talks about me like not. But anyway, he's, you know, juggling, and he's doing a very good job of it. Juggle. And I don't know how many things he's got in there juggling, but he's doing a pretty good job. And so it comes down to the point where what is really going to happen here? Are we going to go in and kick their ass? Well, while this is going on, more supplies are coming, more missiles, more drones, more personnel. All right, we'll just call it personnel. All right, personnel that know how to use weapon systems. All right, and put their feet on the ground and run around inside foreign nations. All right, and make bad guys go bye-bye. So it keeps building. So they keep seeing that they're all their little spies, because they have spies everywhere. All right, they have spies in our press, they have spies in our Congress. They're all paid, pay spies, and so they're like telling things, and we have spies in our military. It's just so much deep state activity out there. And President Trump is working around that, doing good stuff. But, sometimes they get one, sometimes we get two, and sometimes they don't get one and we get two more. And sometimes they get two and we get four. And so ahead, but we're constantly moving ahead. All right. We're squeezing, getting rid of deep state puppets here and there, behind the scenes, all kind of stuff. Infiltrated means, Elizabeth, that they have moved in to different positions with their little controllers, right? That make things happen in the military and business and Congress and so forth. Like Jonathan, not passing or giving, investigators what they need to basically arrest, people that need to be arrested, right? So, and that's what we're seeing. So it's being exposed on one end, but nothing's happening on the other. So how much exposure does it take, like a Swalwell, to the point where it basically we can't resist this anymore? It's too much, right? So then it goes down, right? So what's next? Who's next? That will be interesting. So Brennan should be first within that group. So you got Brennan, Obama, all those, FBI director. You got Clapper. You got so many that have to go away. But one has to start. You have to have the first domino go, right? So there's lots of things that have to happen before that domino falls and starts to press the other ones. All right. So what else we got going on? So Iran, U.S.-Israel war live. So we have India summons Iranian envoy over firing at Indian tankers. So Israel attacked Lebanon again. So Iran is like, deals off. And so they shot at 14 India-bound ships were reportedly intercepted and attacked by IRGC. Now, the IRGC, if you go back in time and you look at Rome, you had the Praetorian Guard, which basically decided who was going to be and who would stay emperor. And so they were basically a Roman Roman group, soldiers, warriors, whatever, that worked their way up to controlling, who they were the puppet masters. So they will put people. So that's what the IRGC is for the rulers of Iran. They're protectors and they're puppet masters, right? So if they lose someone that they were protecting and puppet mastering, like happened with their Khomeini with Israel strikes, they don't care. They're still there. They're still in control. They still have the power. Now you have the Iranian military, which is separate, right? It's separate. And they keep the Iranian, like the Roman legions and all that kind of stuff. The Praetorian Guard kept them separate, right? So whoever they puppet mastered as the emperor, then the emperor would say, okay, let's send the legion out to this country, to Gaul, and let's take Gaul, or let's take the German tribes, and German tribes are like slaughter them, and it's like, okay, let's send them over to take the Persians, and the Persians slaughter them. It's like send them running, and same thing with the Germans. So now some did really well. Who did really well? Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar went up there and kicked their ass, right? And then so those controllers, the deep state, all the way back then, they went, just did the old knifey, as many times as it took to make Caesar fall down and go bye-bye, right? So that is pretty much what the IRGC is, guys. They're controllers of whoever's in it. So the IRGC, the Shia mofos, have to go bye-bye, right? They're going to continue this. I'm telling you, they're going to continue this. Going to go back and forth. I've fought these mofos for a long time. The only thing they understand is if they go bye-bye, they're gone, and or someone with so much power gets in there that they can't pull their bullshit, right? So, but eventually they will work their way back up. So they have to either be convinced very strongly, very powerfully, that they are no longer going to exert themselves. Until that point is reached, we'll see deals, and all that is just giving them time to reinvigorate, focus, and get ready for the next round of kicking ass, right? That's my thoughts on that. So I don't know. I hope President Trump can pull something off, but I don't think he's gonna, right? I think we're just gonna continue to do this until we absolutely have to go in and annihilate them, right? But we'll see. Now, there's other things that are going on in the world. If you guys haven't been aware, I will help you become more aware. And that is, I've been saying that there's going to be, because I did at the beginning of the year, I did a forecast of what's coming. My forecasts have been they're getting better and better and better, right? Betterer and betterer and more better. So the ones that I did for this year is the earthquake activity we saw last year was pretty devastating. It's going to be far more devastating this year. Now we look at Camp Flegrei, and there's kind of like what I've been saying. I've been saying that Camp Flegrei will probably go. It will probably blow big. All right, let's see what On the Pulse with Silky says.
Escape routes blocked and school evacuated because of high temperatures and volcanic gas emissions. So news from Camp Flegrei, while we just had another strong earthquake storm that has calmed down a little bit right now, but we're still seeing earthquakes. So what the heck is going on at the supervolcano Camp Flegrei near Naples, with more than 6 million people that are clogged in between two monsters, Camp Flegrei and Vesuvius. So that's not really great, the news that we're hearing right now. And it's not just some person who's saying this. Giuseppe Di Natale, we've heard a lot from him. I've reported a lot about him. He works for the INGV, has worked in the leading position in the INGV, has given continuous warnings throughout the years, basically since 2018. But Yadik, that is not so unlikely, and it happens without warning. We know, White Island style. A school in Pozzuoli had to close. Again, we've had that last year. Homes, schools. People were feeling dizzy in their homes and they didn't know what it is. Gas. It was gas. Carbon dioxide levels in the school, in the basement, were measured so high that authorities shut the building down and they ordered further investigations. While they should know what it is, they had to close down schools if just a stronger earthquake hits. And we've seen this before also last year, when the head of the INGV, like the Vesuvius Observatory, they are the ones that are giving out the warnings that should give the public information about that volcano. They're also in this area. So when there was a strong earthquake, magnitude 4.4 or 4.6, their personnel couldn't even get there because there was a road closure on the main highway that is built with a lot of bridges and columns and very, very vulnerable. That's their main escape route. This is where all the escape routes from the city lead to. So again, these members.
So you have 6 million people that are supposed to go through those bridges, right? So if the earthquake that comes, that's a warning, like we've seen for a lot of these volcanoes that eventually erupt. You get a massive earthquake, and that's because of the lava pool is pushing closer to the surface. It causes an earthquake, and then not long after that, we get a massive eruption. Right, so that's probably the way it's going to work out there, Camp Flegré. And then you're going to have people trying to go over those bridges, like she was just pointing out. Some of those bridges are still closed because they're building them, right? So, and you saw how they were up on stilts. Those things will get shaky, and if the volcanic lava, whatever, like we're heading into that area, you got 6 million people who are trapped. Wow, right? Not a good plan. Not a good plan to build on, areas where there's potential for massive volcanic activity or earthquakes. So, that's the way it is in Italy. They don't need an atomic bomb hitting them. They're going to have like Camp Flegré that's going to take out 6 million. So, we don't have to worry about Iran, shooting a missile over there. They're just going to take out millions. Going to go. I hope not, but that's what I'm seeing, unfortunately. So now, many people dismiss this, just like they dismiss, the moon landings and technologies that are out there. Now, let me show you what happened where you have the government. You can trust the government, where the government of Peru basically poo-pooed the scientists that went up and said, hey, you need to be aware that this town with 20,000 people in it is at extreme risk, because if this volcano goes, earthquake, volcano, then you will have probably everyone in this town die. And they're like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just scientists. Go away.
The warning was real. The bureaucracy was fatal. The population of Yungay kept growing. Sunday, May 31st,
All right, remember these 4 trees right here.
3:23 p.m. People were settling into a quiet afternoon under a mountain that had been studied, argued over, and politically neutralized. A magnitude 7.9 earthquake, the strongest to strike Peru in recorded history, ruptured offshore. The shaking lasted 45 seconds. A typical destructive earthquake is over in 15. This one refused to stop. Adobe walls didn't just crack, they exploded outward. Heavy clay roofs pancaked straight down. Dust rose so fast, it blocked the afternoon sun. People who stumbled into the streets stood in near darkness and thought they had just survived the worst. They hadn't. 30 seconds into the shaking, 18,000 feet up the western face of Huascarán Norte, the fractured mass Bernays had identified gave way. It started as 265 million cubic feet of rock and ice, 7 Empire State Buildings compressed into a single block, torn loose from the mountain face. As the mass hit the lower glacier and...
All right, so we've seen something typical like this as happened in Switzerland last year. Not on the massive scale of this one, but this is something that you need to be aware of. We're going to see more of this on a massive scale going forward.
Or down slope, something unusual happened. Under that kind of pressure, ice doesn't hold. It melts. The flow became extraordinarily mobile. Meltwater and pulverized rock turning the base into something close to a frictionless surface. Think of a car hydroplaning on a wet highway at 80 miles an hour. Total loss of grip, total loss of control. Now make that car weigh 1 billion tons. The mass wasn't sliding, it was flying. As it flew, it gorged. Boulders, moraine, glacial lakes, all swept up and absorbed. By the time the flow reached the valley floor, it had expanded from 265 million cubic feet to nearly 3.5 billion. Enough to bury all of Manhattan under 5 feet of solid rock in under 4 minutes. Average speed across the 9-mile run to Yungay, 175 to 210 miles per hour. Peak velocity in the upper chute, above 280. Faster than an Indy car at full throttle. At 3:26 p.m., the mass hit Cerro Aira. At 200 miles an hour, a rock wall doesn't act like a shield. It acts like a ramp. Its momentum carried it up and over the ridge, sending a destructive lobe down into Yungay. The ridge that had defined the city as safe for 8 years became the launch pad for its destruction. Down in Yungay, the sky turned pitch black before the wall arrived. Not from clouds, but from the hurricane-force dust moving ahead of it. Mateo Casaverde, a Peruvian geophysicist present in the valley that afternoon, later wrote one line in his official report. The sky went dark and Yungay disappeared. A surviving witness said it sounded like 1,000 commercial jets flying 50 feet overhead. First came the wind, then the dust, then the mountain. By 3:27 p.m.,
All right, so there's those 4 palm trees. All right, everything else is buried.
After the earthquake began, Yungay ceased to exist. The plaza, the cathedral, the market, the streets, buried under debris, in places dozens of feet deep. By the following morning, that debris had locked up like poured concrete. The earthquake had broken the town. The avalanche erased it. But scattered across the rubble, a handful of people were still breathing. And the difference between them and 20,000 dead came down to one thing. On Cerro Mirador, the terraced municipal cemetery above the city, crowned by a white statue of Cristo Blanco.
All right, the white Christ. So, standing, that's where children ran, fortunately. And they have this silly ass story of a clown that blew his pipe. It's like, who comes up with this shit? Who knows if that really happened? I doubt it. But these baddies have to throw in their bullshit. So supposedly this clown was like blowing his pipe and marched the little kids up to the mountain there. Now, some of these children, because it was, I guess, in waves, some of this debris, and some of the children ran, unfortunately, back down into town, never seen again. So note to self, if you're in something like this, go to high ground, not towards the volcano, of course, high ground, but somewhere high ground, far away, hopefully. And don't go back. Don't go back, because that will be the death of you.
People who ran toward it when the sound began reached the upper tiers. The flow scoured the lower terraces clean. Around 90 survivors stood on the upper steps and watched their city disappear below them. Near the eastern edge of town, Circo Verolina had set up at Estadio Fernandez, a sports ground on slightly elevated ground. It was a Sunday afternoon. The show was scheduled for 3:30 p.m. Dozens of children had come without their parents. A Sunday trip to the circus, parents still at home or in the market at the center of the city. The earthquake hit at 3:23. Around 260 children and their teachers were already at the...
All right, so 260 children and their teachers ran to high ground, but only 90 survived because the other ones ran back into town to go see if they could help or go be with their parents or whatever. So again, don't go back. So I think this is beautiful. The children ran to Christ and Christ protected them.
Already on high ground, 7 minutes before the performance they had come to watch. The flow swept past below them. There was no escape. They simply happened to be standing in the one place that held. In the years that followed, a legend spread. A circus clown named Cucharita.
In the years that followed, a legend spread. A bullshit legend, probably. What the heck? So we know what the clowns are. They're like the fallen angel types.
Led the children up the hill like a Pied Piper, keeping them together while the city below disappeared. No document from 1970 confirms this version. Some of those children tried to run back down toward their parents. The legend may be bigger than the truth. But the children were still there when the flow passed.
So of course they would throw in the dark clown, right? Which is the fallen angels. That's a representation of the fallen angels. So and the children ran to the white Christ, and they were saved. And so they have to throw in the dark angel stuff, right? The clowns. All right. So just want to share that with you. Now, this mud flood basically went a lot further. I think there was 20,000 in that town. I think it was like upwards of 60 to 70,000. It could be, the numbers could be a little bit off, but it went down through rivers and created, blocks, and the blocks of the river broke and more people died. So quite a few more people died during this time and were buried. And now in this town itself, they were buried to the point where they said no digging, right? Kind of like Vesuvius, going off and, burying Pompeii. They're probably like back then, they're like, no digging, right? Just let it be a burial place. So this town, Yongai, has become, a big cemetery, and they won't let people dig there. Who knows? Maybe a couple thousand years from now, somebody will discover it like, oh, look, there's a whole town buried here. What were they like back then? So, that's kind of the way these things happen. All right. So I believe we're going to see a lot more of that. Now, Hunter Biden is now living abroad as legal troubles mount. Court filing reveals the embattled former first son, Hunter Biden, doesn't have daddy there to protect him anymore, has reportedly moved out of the United States amid mounting legal issues just a year after his father left the presidential office in 2025. So his attorney says Mr. Biden lives abroad. He cannot pay his current lawyers. All that fraud money that went to him, and of course the Hunter Biden laptop with all that filth on it. That's why is that still covered up? It's like insane. But that was part of the cover up. They were like, oh, that's Russian disinformation. To destroy Biden so that he won't be, elected in office. And then people later were like, I wouldn't have voted. Democrats later were like, I wouldn't have voted for Biden if I knew that was real. Yeah. Okay. Well, you need to get clued up, don't you? Right. But I think a lot of those people have been. Now, Colorado family forced to say goodbye to 1-year-old son after routine respiratory illness spirals into tragedy. So yeah, that big pharma, corrupt thing that tries to kill all of us. Now, where did that start? Remember Obamacare, right? Obamacare, yeah. So he came in and he basically let the big pharma come in and start to control, right? The insurance companies, all that. He basically said if it's not FDA approved, so the energy enhancer that was made for the Navy SEALs, it had to go because it wasn't FDA approved. Now, when you get FDA approval, you're like, well, then we can do whatever. Then we can sell to everybody, and all the doctors and all the hospitals are like, we're gonna be rich. No, because the FDA then controls you. They own you, and if there's something about your product that they're maybe not making enough money on, or it's going to interfere with another product they want to have come out and they're going to make more money on it, they will pull the rug. And we've seen a lot of products out there they've done that too. So the product that was helping Navy SEALs with energy enhancement and so forth got pushed out. So fortunately, with David Schmidt say, well, I'll just take it over here and do it myself then. And that's what he did. And now we have a LifeWave water machine. And I'm drinking some of that water right now. Yep. And I'm drinking it with Celergize. Celergize is basically activate Celergize, AM, PM, and the X39 and the water machine. All those three things are going to take you to the next level. It's going to help you push past the Biden, Obama, big pharma control system. All right. They have really come after this. Now I've heard several stories since I've been here. Of course, I have a fantastic story of my own with the LifeWave water machine, but I've heard several of them. There were people that were, of course, I can't say that this same results will happen for everybody. All right. Because big pharma wants to restrict you from saying all the great things that it will do because they want to have control, but they can't control everything. Otherwise, no one will get their stuff because they're like, well, you guys are manipulating, control the market. Yeah. Right. But they can't be too openly controlling. Otherwise, they'll lose credibility. Right. But they're squeezing. We saw the same thing with the COVID vaccination, all the death and destruction that happened from that. Right. And that's just my opinion. Maybe it didn't happen. Right. Maybe it's not ongoing. I don't know. But we're going to talk about that too. All right. But you have a fabulous thing that some people have actually used the water, the LifeWave water, which basically infuses light into the water, and it goes into your body and does amazing things. And some of those amazing things are helping people that were in hospice that were getting ready to go away, unfortunately, get up and start to lead very active lives again. Wow. But those are just isolated incidences at this point. Maybe it would help you, maybe not. But wouldn't it be worth a try? And that's about all I can say about that. So suppression and little children, toddlers dying in Colorado is what we're seeing right now. All right. So respiratory illness turned into once the family, unfortunately, took that child into the hospital system, big pharma system, that child is brain dead. And it's just a little case of the flu and the croup, and escalated into brain death following multiple hospital visits. Right. All right. So we know Colorado is super corrupt. And I guess that corruption spreads into every aspect. Right. Because once corruption is allowed to come in, that has done through their governor. And it was, of course, Tina Peters was trying to expose that corruption, and she's in prison. And California, who's that one Nick guy that's expose all that stuff in Minnesota, and now he's over in California. Well, they're trying to pass a law where if there is an illegal or a foreign entity conducting business in California and it's corrupt, you can have an outside source like Nick come in and expose that. It's against Nick Shirley. Thank you. So Nick Shirley is blowing the whistle. Are people listening? We'll see. Maybe California's going to pass a law where no one can expose their corruption. Right? That's illegal. You cannot expose our corruption. Wow. So that's how bad the corruption is in Cali. Going back to Cali. Going back to Cali. I don't think so. Right. So let's look at HIV. HIV seems to be on the rise in big cities. What could it be? What could it be? Well, it seems to have coincided with the vaccination, but there's other ideas of what's causing that. Unprotected sex, is that why? Let's look.
For the first time in decades, HIV infections are on the rise here in Chicago. They jumped about 29% between 2022 and in 2024. Joining me this morning to discuss this is Dr. Anu Hazra. He's an associate professor of medicine at the University of Chicago, specializing in infectious diseases. Thanks so much for your time this morning.
Yeah, happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Let's start with the headline here. What is driving this increase, and are you seeing any pattern that could be leading to this rise in cases?
Yeah, I think people have a lot of potential hypotheses of why we're seeing about a 30% increase for the past 2 years. I think the biggest impact factor is potentially COVID, and understanding that a lot of folks were disengaged from medical care, from continuity care, from preventative care during a really distinct.
See how they make excuses for this? I love it. I love to see this stuff. So obvious. Well, because people were cut off from care. So they weren't getting the care they normally get from the hospital because they were only taking COVID patients. And so all those people that were dying, that were supposed to get operations and so forth, they died because they had COVID. No, they died because you were supposed to operate on them. And then they did the test on them, and of course they died from COVID, right? So the corrupt test that you could be the healthiest person on the planet with no infections, nothing going on in your system, and they would do a test on you, and that test would say, "Oh, you have COVID." Yeah, remember those days? So dark, so mysterious how that happened, but so many people fell for that, kind of like people fell for the disinformation about the moon landings, right? It didn't happen. It doesn't exist. We've never been to the moon. All right, very good. Did you get your COVID shot? If you did, you better get on LifeWave. Right?
Time, and now we're sort of seeing the lingering effects of what occurred about 6 years ago. And then the other thing to note is about half of these new infections, of the 800 plus new infections, are in Latinx populations. And so trying to understand how we can increase or improve services to more marginalized populations.
All right. Critical thinkers? I don't know. But it seems to be some people got affected more than others. Will they do a study and say, did more Hispanics fall for the COVID live shot or what? I don't know. But it seems like and this is not just in Chicago, guys. Where else do you think it might be? It's in New York. It's in LA. It's everywhere where there were vaccinations.
City is super important.
What does that process look like? Because you pointed out the sharp rise, especially in Latino populations. So how do you get the message out?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is community-based outreach. A lot of it, which is, has been in the past federally funded or state-funded work done by really great community organizations that are embedded across these populations that may not have the best access to healthcare, but making sure they have access to.
But continue to be the majority of the new cases. And these are only of the cases that they know of. There's a ton of people that never get tested. They never get discovered. They don't go to the doctor. And so when you see this jump, there's two caveats to this, right? A, This is just the most recent data, but it's still at least a year old, right? Because we still freshly into 2026. They've only been able to measure 2023, 2024 compared to the years prior. And then you also have to factor in, we still got to get the 2025 data, which I'm pretty sure that it goes up much more from there because people were back outside. And a smaller portion of the population in Chicago versus the majority of the cases, which basically tells you that everybody is just humping on everybody. And it's never going to be cool to find yourself out there with HIV. I remember when Magic Johnson had announced that he had HIV, and all of the players in the NBA was a lot more skeptical about even playing with him because we as a society were largely unfamiliar with how you even transmit it. Now, people have a choice. You have a choice of if you want to engage or participate in unprotected sex, or you want to engage with somebody prior to getting married. And it's not even enough to just say, hey, what's your mind chart?
All right. So good on Anton Daniels for reporting on this. Is it because of unprotected sex? Probably some of that is. My thoughts are that it is because of all the epidemiologists that were suppressed during the COVID vaccination program were warning that we would see a massive rise in HIV. So suppression of the immune system from the vaccination, mRNA vaccination, is that what's doing it? That's what they said back then. I don't know. I'm not an expert. But when I just look at information, I'm very observant. I've been talking, lots of us have been talking about this for years, that we would see this stuff start to really accelerate several years down the road as people's immune systems start to collapse, start to get compromised. All right. So again, we've seen through testing that the X39 is helping people that have been vaccinated. All right. Will it help everybody? I don't know. Right. So would it be worth it to you to find out, to actually use X39 and stay healthy like me and other people, and then a lot of people that have been vaccinated? I think so. But, it's up to you. They're not going to do the studies on this, guys, because then they'll be held accountable. And then all of the massive fraud. Oh, no, the Democrats don't do fraud. Joe Biden didn't push that and said, you better get that or you're not going to have a job. Or, all the stuff that they did to, pushing on the military and so forth. It was trying to take down the system, collapse the system, break the system. It's still happening, right? Now there are ways, a lot of you guys are detoxing, doing a lot of stuff, the X39 and Celergize, and now the water machine. Can you get the water machine at this point? Only if you're a brand partner. And at this point, it's a waiting list because it sold out so fast because people have been hearing some good things about it. And hopefully they're, putting more and more machines out there. A lot of people in my group got it because we were talking about it. So a lot of people got that machine very quickly. There's still more people getting it if you get on the waiting list. So go on my LifeWave account. Sign up if you're not there yet. If you are, going to your back office and go into where they have the LifeWave picture. Click on that, and there's a waiting list button. Get on the waiting list, and when it's available, depending on where you're at on the waiting list. And they think that within a couple weeks or so, they should have all of the back orders filled, and it starts to come ready for more people within LifeWave, retail customers, and then the preferred customers and so forth. All right. Then eventually it'll be available to the general population in the United States, and then eventually to other countries. So it's one of those that's absolutely, I'm on the preferred partner list. Very good. All right. So you'll be able to get on that list or order hopefully within the next couple of weeks. So it's coming. Marines move to the front. Maybe the Marines can move to the front. They should be able to. There was a for quietly people that had some serious issues that were probably going to pass. They got a LifeWave machine, water machine, X2O, and they're still with us. A lot of those people. So it will be something that's going to be very valuable, but it's not going to be valuable if you don't use it. All right. That's the issue with a lot of this stuff. People just don't start. The way to start right now is X39 and the Celogize. So last few things. Now they said COVID vaccines and COVID-19 and people living with HIV. So they try to push people that actually had HIV to get COVID vaccinated. I wonder how that worked out for them. We're not going to see those studies, guys. So you're not going to see the studies where, and we talked about this. I showed it early on. Those YouTube channels got taken down. But I was showing that that stuff, that HIV stuff, in it, in that thing that went in your arm, in it, right? So it was exposed by people. It was exposed by people, right? All right, Canadians are getting the hell out of Canada, right? On a massive scale. If they don't start to make some of those provinces up there states, then everybody's going to leave Canada, right? And come to the United States.
The study finds nearly half of the most productive Canadians are fleeing to the United States, even as third world migrants now make up 98% of Canada's population growth. Canada is scooping up the gravel and sending the gems to America. The data comes from the Bank of Canada, Canada's Federal Reserve, who reports 40% of Canadians who would rank in the top 10% of earnings have already left to the U.S. These are doctors, engineers, scientists, finance, tech, the exact fields where there is a shortage in Canada. It brings Canadians living in the U.S. to 1.1 million. That's equivalent to 10 million Americans living in Canada. So a Canadian is now 59 times more likely to live in the U.S. than an American in Canada. Another recent study found 2/3 of Canadian grad students plan to leave Canada, pocketing their taxpayer-subsidized education. 10 years ago, that was 1 in 5. Last one out, turn in the tube. Bloomberg recently profiled a young Vietnamese.
All right. So Canada is also coming up with a kind of like California, where you're not going to be able to expose the fraud. So Canada is going to come out with a bill or something where if you leave Canada, you're going to have to pay $500,000. It's an exit fee. $500,000. I heard 500, then I heard 300,000, whatever it's going to be. Wow. You better get the hell out of Canada now while you can. I said that when COVID started. I said, you guys better get the hell out of Canada. I know a lot of people listen to me. Right? It may be getting close to the point where you're not going to be able to leave Canada. So your last chance, your last window of opportunity. Goodbye, Canada. Bye-bye, Canada. All right. We'll go up there and pick the pieces back up when it's completely collapsed and rebuild. We'll make it the 51st state. So Europe is accelerating a NATO fallback plan in case Trump pulls out. So they're already, brought this up several days ago, and then, wow, this comes out. So, you kind of can see this stuff, kind of like the HIV and that shot thing. So Europe is accelerating a NATO fallback plan in case Trump pulls out. The continent is drawing up a contingency for greater European involvement as tensions rise over Iran war. But wasn't it over Friday? Oh, not now? Yeah. A fallback plan to ensure Europe can defend itself. Never going to happen. All right. It didn't during the last Soviet invasion. All right. This time, no one's going to stop the Soviet invasion because Europe is a deep state. And now with Russia having thrown off the deep state. Remember the Soviet Union? That was a deep state. Russians got tired of it. I guess Europeans haven't gotten tired of their deep state, so they're not going to throw it off. So Europe, there's help coming. Russia. All right. The plans advancing informally through side discussions and over dinner meetings in and around the North Atlantic Treaty Organization aren't intended to rival the current alliance, participants said. European officials are aiming to preserve deterrence against Russia, operational continuity, and nuclear credibility if Washington withdraws forces from Europe or refuses to come to its defense. Refuses to come to its defense, like you guys refuse to come, let us even use our bases that we have in your countries to defend you, or fly over your countries to go somewhere to defend you, to take out our nuclear threat from savages that would absolutely have been used against you guys in Europe. So it's not looking good for Europe. Bye-bye, Europe. All right. So a lot of stuff happening out there. It's basically, like I said, info probes are happening to see where the consciousness is at. There's been some failures, all right? But there's been some successes. So we'll see, more of these probes that happen. President Trump looking like Jesus and healing people, when right above him is a demonic figure. So has it been compromised? Yeah, of course. All right. The church has been compromised. It's demonic. Look at this, the snake head. That's the Vatican's, where they have people come in and view the Pope, and he sits on a throne looking thing, and behind him looks like some kind of demonic scene from hell. All right. It's like, what kind of viewing room is that? Like crazy. But same thing. The truth is out there. People don't want to push back on it. It continues and pushes further and further and further until it's all gone. Will it happen in America? Ain't going to happen. Promise you. If we even get to the point, which I doubt, that we have a compromised election again, it will going to be bad. It's going to be bad. It'll be very bad. All right, because we're not going to let them come in and run us out of our country and throw us in gulags like they did during the Biden administration. Right? Not going to happen again. They've already said that. Like I said, they've already said that they're going to come out. They're going to get back in. They're going to get back in office, and they're going to put all the judges they need to make sure this never happens again. That they don't have complete and utter control. Right? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Right? There's going to be massive pushback all the way up into the elections. Right? This summer, pushback. Congress gets back in and Senate gets back in office. The pushback on them is going to be relentless. Right? And then the takedown, I think, of corrupt congressional leaders and senators and so forth is going to start to really pick up speed. We may not even be able to have an election, which I think is a very high possibility, because there's going to be so many people taken out of office. All right. Hoping that happens, because, boy, we need to clean that cesspool up so much. The swamp is no longer a swamp. It's a sewage pond. All right. Swamp is like clean compared to what's going on in Congress and Senate now. That is a cesspool. Nasty. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time.
What's up, folks? Welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm joined with Gene Decode. Always an interesting podcast with Gene. Every single time. People love these podcasts. I'm just kind of in awe of the people turning on Trump, specifically the podcasters, Candace, Alex, Megyn Kelly.
That was easy too. That's part of the movie. Candace, Tucker.
Explain that. Are they compromised, or are they part of it?
No, it's part of the movie. What they're going to do, and Margie Taylor Greene's part of this, to develop another party, because the Democrat Party is going to go away, and you need something for people to go to. So it's going to split MAGA because some people are unhappy, so they have a place to go. Then when
Whoa! This is part of the Trump plan?
Yes, it's part of the plan.
What? Okay, I didn't see this coming. So
control the opposition. So now you set up another party. Then after the next presidential election comes in, they merge back together into one party, and everybody's backing the MAGA again. So it's all part of, it's for those that are unhappy, that can't understand what's going on with Iran and Israel and all of whatever, whatever they are upset about, whether it's what's going on within the United States, what's going on the Straits of Hormuz, whatever it is, they're upset. It gives them another place to go. And Candace is completely read in. She has got intel coming at her like freaking crazy. As far as
this is all theater.
Yes. As far as Alex Jones, he's a savant, selective. And so he has sources that give him intel to steer him in a certain way. He's not read in, but he's steered. And so they're steering him and giving Candace the intel and Tucker the intel. He's read in, not as high as Candace, but Candace is way read in. And so it's all part of the script of the movie. I love
okay, so let me get this straight. You're telling me Candace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly are all read in. They're part of the operation.
Yep.
It can look like MAGA's divided, but it's all theater.
Yep. Add in Nick Fuentes in there too.
Okay, so I fell for it. I feel like an idiot now. This actually makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Too many years of the military. I've seen this show before on the submarines, where the officers play one division against another, one department. I've seen this one before.
Wow. All right. So that kind of threw me for, I really was starting to believe. This gives me a different perspective. That's why I like having you on, Gene.
You're welcome. And you'll see it all happen. It'll all play out, and it's just like with Elon, where he and Elon had a big spat, and they separated, and Elon said he's in the Epstein files. Yeah, he is. Because Epstein hated him.
What did that achieve with Elon? I'm still trying. What did that theater achieve with Elon?
That was to get people, because Trump can't go and use the Epstein files. It's leverage for one thing against leaders all over the world and all kinds of other people too. Pretty much bankers, you name it. Most of the famous people in the world are in that list. Not like Trump either, and Elon, where they're mentioned because they're not liked. And, because he had Epstein arrested, and, he testified, and he had him thrown out of Mar-a-Lago and all his compounds. Not like that. You got most of these people in there because they went to Zorro Ranch and the island and New York, his place, like you saw Prince Andrew, all of that. So they are really deep in it. And so the red folder is what that he got to each certain leaders of the world is their script to follow based on, in some cases they have leverage over them. In some cases it's an actor. Here's your script. So, and if it's part of the alliance, like Putin, Xi, and Trump, it's, okay, when I do this, you'll do that. When we do this, you do that. And Modi, they're all four part of that, of the world alliance.
I mean, the way the way they all responded, I mean, Candace was on a vacation. She went back into the office and got on it immediately. Alex Jones now is really going full throttle, full retard on this. And it just looks like, I don't know, it looks like they took it very serious. Or you're saying this is an act?
Yeah, it's an act. They're good too, aren't they? Alex Jones is not an act. He's being played. He gets intel. They steer him. They know he's a selective savant who can't keep his mouth shut with intel at all. So he's given certain intel to get wind up and get all of it. So Yeah, that's what he does really well. You know?
So this is like the WWE. This is like what we're watching is behind the scenes. Look, here's your script. We're going to do this. And the whole objective is to do what? Further. Okay, so it looks like it's dividing MAGA, but why wouldn't they want MAGA stronger than ever right now?
You don't want that because it's going to naturally divide anyway. You've got to control the division.
Control the division.
Yep.
Okay, this makes sense.
If you've got a huge rock in this, it's going to split the river in half. You want to control how that rock splits the river in half. So you put a rock further upstream, that'll split it before it gets to that other rock, and you're in control of how long that rock's there. Not
so the Democrats not having anywhere to go will join Candace, Alex, Tucker, right? I mean, is that what they want?
That's exactly it.
Wow. Okay. And then the objective would be to then funnel them into another right-wing party, or that would merge with MAGA?
Later on, come the next presidential elections in 2028. Yes. Exactly. And it all throws back in. Okay, now everything goes back into.
But I mean, it was pretty brutal what Trump said. They have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it, and everyone else knows it.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's the greatest troll on earth. You know, oh, Tucker's stupid, and he didn't even finish this, and he didn't go to school, college.